I wasn't ready to fall totally in love. A distant light over the mountainside. I've got my reasons why I'm in this game for life, but I will get at the truth somehow. You can blame anyone else for what you've done. I'm leaving the crossfire. I'm a stranger to this feeling, and my soul is leaving the crossfire. In it now. So is it over? Am I finally free? I've got no reason to be in this state of need. I'm on a wire balancing tonight. I got my reasons why I'm in this game for life, but I will get at the truth somehow. You can blame anyone else for what you've done. I'm leaving the crossfire. I'm a stranger to this feeling, and my soul is leaving the crossfire. In it now. I don't know what you're dreaming about, and it's the strangest feeling. I don't know what you'll be thinking of me when I'm finally leaving. You can blame anyone else for what you've done. I'm leaving the crossfire. I'm a stranger to this feeling, and my soul is leaving the crossfire. You can blame anyone else for what you've done. I'm leaving the crossfire. I'm a stranger to this feeling, and my soul is leaving the crossfire. In it now. In it now. All I need is just to live one last night. Tired of being in hell all alone. All I need is just to cross the red lights. What we need is just damage. Everything is just down on the upside. Got the shivers in every bone. I was never meant.
How about there? Yep. It's been a while. Things needed to reconnect. Good morning. Good morning. Just make sure this all matches up. Looks all right.
Sold my soul to a beautiful stranger, but at least I got buried alone.
So this is kind of one of those ready, fire, aim streams, in that I know what I want it to be, but I don't know how to assemble it, how to organize it. I'm certainly no expert at keeping a straight, cognizant train of thought. Like, I'll start talking about one thing and something else will occur to me, and I'll just start rambling on that line and forget where I was going in the first place. So, yeah, in that respect, it's going to be chaotic neutral recap, to say the least. But good morning to you, friends. This, I would say, is our first official stream back. It's been exactly a month that we've been off here. The last game we ran, I think, was the final day of April, and it was Justin's campaign against the Serpents. And our first campaign back will be his game again on June 11th, 6 p.m. Pacific. His campaign and my Dragonlance campaign that I'm running on Friday nights are currently the only two of the 9 Role-Playing Unlimited campaigns currently being played that are not attached to the Coalescence. Dragonlance may in the future become attached depending on the events that we encounter and player decisions, the good old lucky results of the dice, etc. But we will, of course, cross that bridge when we come to it. Hey, 60 stream streak. Holy moly. You know, I gotta be honest. I thought it was going to reset you on the first here, because oh gosh, it says something. Ironically, it doesn't say it here. Maybe it's only when you spark the watch streak, but it says they've watched this many streams this month and have sparked a watch streak or a stream streak or whatever. So I don't know, just my natural deduction kind of led me to think that, yeah, it would reset on the first. But I guess not, so let's see just how far you're going to carry that there, brother. So, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Oh, that is somewhat relevant to our story. Relevant overall as well, as if you trace the Coalescence back to its earliest roots, I would say, I think 2017 is when I first consciously started putting the pieces together of the different campaigns that I was running, and kind of was inspired to what I at the time was defining as jumping the shark, because mixing Star Wars and D&D together, I had done it once before in Homeland, which is my original homebrew campaign. It's also attached to the Coalescence. But in one of those campaigns for Homeland, Justin and I had kind of discussed the premise of introducing the Jedi to the campaign setting, because I had already given foreshadowing that the next campaign, a year out or whatever, that we were going to play, Jedi would be involved. So he had an idea to kind of plant the seeds of that in game. And he didn't do anything that was outside of 3E mechanics. He was just a paladin monk cross class, which I think in 3E was kind of broken and not permitted. I think monk was one of those classes that you couldn't cross class out of, if I recall correctly, in 3rd edition. So we were kind of breaking things a bit in that respect. And to top that off, we thought it would be cool to add in some Scion levels as well. But of course, you multi-class so many ways, and you're kind of diluting the overall strength of what the character's potential could be. But regardless, there were some, I'll put it kindly, some snarky comments about his character. And the plan of bringing the Jedi in en masse to the campaign uh, was altered, I should say. So revisiting that concept 15 years later or something was, I think, why my initial thought was, well, I'm probably jumping the shark here, because when we did it with Homeland, we had been playing a solid 3E series of campaigns, largely within the same generation, so a lot of the same characters reprising, from like 1999 to 2001. So we'd only been playing for 2 years, so these campaigns were very, very quick, like 4 to 8 months before the entire story was resolved and we move on to something else. This was different in the respect that Enemir had 9, I believe, successful campaigns since its inception in 2002. 2001, 2002. I think we began our campaign in 2002, but I was building it in 2001. And there was a definite sense of apprehension on my part as far as, am I going to destroy everything? Am I going to have to create some kind of time travel reverse effect in case things go bad so that we can kind of undo the mistake? We already kind of did that once before, but not in a sense that I feel like a mistake was made. But I think 5th and 6th Enemir campaigns were called Alteration and Restoration, 2 of the schools of magic, but also highly representative of what the overall themes in those campaigns entailed. Alteration, we completely undid a lot of the stability that we had grown used to in Enemir. Some of the mighty kingdoms fell, some deities were killed, new deities came in and took their place. The cosmos were expanded when it was realized that one of the races on the world were in fact alien to that world and had technology far beyond, and that was kind of the first major plug of high-tech Final Fantasy that I injected into Enemir. That's funny. It's playing it on random shuffle. It just played this song, and now it's playing the instrumental version right after it. So let's whoop, skip right on to the next one. Gotta love that. 300 tracks on here. It's possible. So alteration, and additionally, it changed a lot of the laws of magic as we had come to know them. So coming into the Restoration campaign, that had much of an opposite effect. We did undo a couple of things, or not necessarily undo, but amend and fix. But this concept of bringing the Coalescence together, just Star Wars and D&D alone, was kind of a daunting task, and I definitely was concerned about some of the responses that I would get, especially from some of my longtime friends and players. And while the idea was certainly present, it's just something that kind of sat there for the longest time, 2017 to 2023, when we kicked off this connected series of campaigns, which kind of took on a life of its own through the interest of players in Role-Playing Unlimited and building these tables and prompting me to expand to additional tables. This kind of breathed life into this concept that had been sitting around for so long. I certainly didn't build the Open Table Tuesday concept with the hopes of combining all of these stories I had been running for so long. The hope was to get an entirely new group of players, and my longtime friends were really just there as coaches and moderators. Oh boy, did we stretch too far? Oh, nope. Not quite, but close. Little 420 after effect there. So, as the campaigns began to build, first with the Tuesday table, and then with Monday, and then with Wednesday, and for a brief period of time, Tuesday or Thursday as well, I should say. That's when the first inkling in my head came to start combining these concepts that I had been sitting on for so long. It's been a while since I've spoken this long, so anticipate a lot of sore throats and more than a few breaks here. Hopefully we can build up a bit of an audience here, because I would love to get some viewer interaction so I can take a bit more of a breather here and there. I know nobody's complaining and asking me to talk faster and explain things quicker, but I do feel the natural compulsion to get things moving. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so Tuesday table, where it all began. Oh man, I lost the channel that I was in. Oh good, no I didn't. Whew. Oh, for sure. Definitely in an earlier stream. At least I didn't start at 6 a.m. I guess. I have two cameras right here next to each other. I'm sure it's barely detectable, but I've gotten used to looking at this one for the PlayStation, and it's this one right here that I'm looking at for this stream, so I keep like going over here, and I'm like, oh yeah, I need to be right over here, so it's a fun eccentricity. Tuesday table, I literally was just trying to build a simple quest for beginner players. If we had experienced players along with us, that's fine. If they found interest in a beginner type module, then fantastic, more power. And almost immediately, that table filled up pretty full almost every week that we ran it. Watching the last 8 streams, I believe we've done for the Tuesday table, there's a lot of shifting back and forth, but there is also a lot of consistency in the 6 to 8 player range, which is where I typically like to run, just because anybody with any experience in D&D knows that scheduling is a bitch. It's almost guaranteed that every session somebody's going to miss, if not 2 people. And unfortunately for a lot of tables I have found, particularly in my experience and as a player occasionally as well, you have so many players cancel the session, there's no session. Having a larger table does mean longer wait times between your turn, of course with the caveat that if your character has reactions or readied actions or things of that nature, or if you're just naturally that interested in the game that you're paying that much attention during everybody's turn. I kind of feel like that's what you want out of a player, is not just somebody who is there for the 4 or 5 minutes that is their turn, and then they come back however long later, and it's like, okay, what's been happening? Thankfully, we do not have a great amount of that at our tables, but it's something that has occurred in the past. See, that's one of those digression tangents that I was talking about right there, where I'll get something in my head and start talking about it, and I don't remember what the original fucking point was. We were talking about how I keep looking at the wrong camera. The Tuesday table inception, building a beginner type campaign. That the first stages of it were just about hunting down a coven of witches that were conducting a series of rituals throughout this planet. I forget. I think it might have been Uldari, but I started throwing a lot of worlds out there early on that we have not gone back to. So some of those early details elude me, and I do not see them as part of our Coalescence story recap. That's kind of a weird channel too, because sometimes it's a recap, sometimes it's like a peek behind the curtain, like a side story going on with things that your characters don't necessarily have a sight to, but I feel is important to build the overall narrative for the story. Gotta take a couple breaths there. Yes, indeed. Forgive me. So, Tuesday table, I think it's around session 8 or so that we get our core cast of players for that table. We always had Westy was always there. Grant was almost always there. I think he missed like one session out of the first 8. Don and or Justin were always there. Primarily, as I was saying, as in a moderator slash coach type role at that early point, because that was kind of the point, was to build the open table with new players, because we had done one in 2021, 2022 that ended up being Justin, Don, and maybe one other person the whole time, and that's largely because I was, and to some degree still am, generally kind of clueless and learning how to properly market this role-playing unlimited platform. And it was not until early 2023 that it occurred to me, maybe just streaming directly to Twitch, something that's called Open Table D&D, isn't the best way to get people into the session. Maybe there are Facebook groups of people who are looking for players, and ding, that's when we started taking off. If I had just thought of that a year earlier, who knows what would have happened, but all things happen for a reason. So as the Tuesday table began picking up, and they began kicking these witches' asses, they finally completed that first story arc, which was the slaying, but also the capturing of the essence, as we called it, of this flying dinosaur, not quite a pterodactyl, but some kind of a winged dinosaur creature. And it seemed to have possibly like a feral, not a feral, but like a fiendish aspect to it as well. And job well done. Group finishes that, and it's at that point, once we had our first few sessions. Actually, I digress from that. This was one thing that was always intact from the beginning. This was kind of a way that I thought would make it logistically easier for everybody involved, was attaching it to the Dragon Lotus, which was our first Spelljammer type ship. That was the headquarters for our crew. So, in the event that a player was unable to attend or showed up late or had to leave early, their character would just get whisked away back to the Dragon Lotus or brought into the field of play from the Dragon Lotus. It's a mechanic that has served us very well. It's one that we continue to use now, a year and a half later. So, definitely something that's worked out for us here at Role Playing Unlimited. And if you're thinking of, if you come across this and you're thinking of starting a series of tables or even just something that's kind of open and flexible, that's one idea. Our second story arc with the Tuesday table took us to planet where their primary task was again to recover as many unique energy signatures as they could. There were, I believe, there were determined to be an unspecified amount of interesting signatures within this subterranean area that they were to go into. So they were given a handful of these vials that they could use to extract the essence after they killed whichever creatures that they had suspected to be fitting the bill. If memory recalls, I don't think they did any of that. Perhaps they did not find any of the creatures interesting enough to attempt to harvest. Definitely the Dracolich that they would encounter a few sessions later might have fit the bill, but being an undead creature and life essence, the two don't necessarily line up, so I don't know whether it was something that was attempted or was thought of and then kind of resolved under that line of thinking. But to my recollection, and based on the monsters that I have in the inventory of the client, I don't recall any from that Tuesday mega dungeon going into that inventory. Westy has been there since day one, though, so if he of anybody would probably recall. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember having any intention of being like, yes, this one and no, this one. My intention going into that dungeon, as I recall, was to kind of leave it up to you guys to say, well, this one was an interesting fight, so let's grab its essence and hope that it's what they're looking for, as opposed to, can I detect it using insight or some means of magic? But definitely by the time we got into that mega dungeon with Tuesday Crew, and that's kind of where we're at now with the Tuesday recap streams, we had a solid crew, and this crew was gonna last at least a handful of sessions through the next major story arc before another shuffle in players would kind of come along. Yeah, very true. Very true. I remember we had access to its carcass in the field after we blew it up there, but I think so much time had passed in that dungeon that maybe just people were not thinking about harvesting so much as completing and vanquishing this threat that we probably spent like 5 sessions back and forth fighting this Dracolich. And I call it a mega dungeon. It really is not that big, but when you've got a large table like we do and as many encounters spread out throughout there as I did, it's definitely something that's going to take a while. And intentionally so, because I don't want to I want to work smarter, not harder, kind of deal. So if I'm going to go through the trouble of building a dungeon and dynamically lighting it, I want to get my time's worth out of it. If I spend X amount of hours building it, I want to have them spend X amount of hours playing it. Not necessarily equal, but not 3 hours to build something that takes 5 minutes to go through, kind of thing. And in the case of this mega dungeon, it definitely got its time worth, because I think I spent maybe 10 hours total between the 5 different maps that were that. We have the central area, and then the north, south, and the east, and then each had its own variety of monsters and treasures and traps and what have you. And most of that was somewhat forgettable. Primary things of recollection for me were Arm Ripper getting his hands on a Vorpal axe at a pretty low level. We did have an alternate treasure if we chose to forego the axe and not seal off the wall, because that was what happened. Is there was another path that led out of there, but as soon as Arm Ripper was first there and he grabbed the axe, that whole section got sealed off. It was essentially a one versus many kind of thing had we foregone the axe and gone down that path instead. It was nothing particularly beneficial for any one character. It was just a wealth of jewels and gems that you could have used to customize your characters a bit more to your liking at those early levels. So now we know what was on the other side of that little section there before Arm Ripper was like, "Axe! My axe!" Another big feature of note, as I recall from that Tuesday Mega Dungeon, would be Terry. And more particularly, the deck of many things. Many of our characters chose to draw from that deck. I don't I think Westy drew as well, didn't you? But weren't they just kind of inane offset things, or did you just only draw one and it was kind of like, oh, I got some extra treasure? Oh, damn, he was out! He was out! He might not have drawn anyway. He would have gotten the fucking Void card and everything would have been different. But in a similar respect to the Void card, Terry drew the Donjon, which definitely a little moment of panic there, because a lot of people will berate the deck of many things as imbalanced and it destroys campaigns. I've always seen it as a nice roulette wheel that you can, and that's a funny little tangent right there, but an interesting thing that you can use to kind of randomize a few plot points in the campaign itself. It definitely sucks to get Donjon or voided out and your character is just kind of out for who knows how long, but it is something that can possibly build some interesting story if done right and with the right group of players. Wow, the only game you missed? That is crazy. So, of course, the deck of many things and Tassara being donjoned away was just something that we used to build further story towards linking our soon-to-be Thursday Star Wars What If table. It was a very small table. I think we had 5 players max. And I think we played like 4 sessions. So nothing like too incredibly lengthy. And we didn't really spend a whole lot of time with character or even plot development. It was kind of like, here's the characters, here's who we are, here's the mission, and the mission very quickly took off and very quickly tied into the Tuesday campaign. Not a lot of recollected details of pertinence when it comes to that. Primarily just because it was so short. Most of those characters and players are no longer here with us, so a lot of that stuff has just kind of become part of the overall mythos without it's more of like an asterisk footnote kind of thing. Of course, the defining moment of that Tuesday Mega Dungeon would be the Dracolich lair. And with that, let's try something here. Well, that's a much different webcam there. Weird. Try to... No! Alright. Hello. Try that. There we go. Fill the frame, fill the frame. Alright, let's lock all this and bring in a new source, of course. I want a new source, and it's going to be... No, 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 nope. What the heck? Ah, there we go. No, that's not it either. Well, that's a first. Oh, shit. How to break your stream setup on live stream. I mean, is that... That ain't done anything. Alright, one more time. There we go. Fantastic. Alright. So, yeah, we've got our games here. All the different games that we currently run here, or are about to run, as in the case right here. But let's get into this, and hopefully I don't inadvertently reveal anything, because I have to do this in GM mode to navigate the different maps. Alright, cut all of this down like usual. Little trimmy trim. Alright, and have that like so. But like that. There we go. So here is our map. Here's a little fun hidden something in the background right here. That's still sitting there. So just in case Grant is ever wondering if I have forgotten about his henchman Yordle, I have not. He's still right there on the main screen with all of you, just Still trapped by those 4 motherfuckers who imprisoned him in the 7th level of hell. Alright, so yeah, we've got all our ubiquity maps here. Oh, it's probably archived. Yeah. Goodness. Which... Yeah, it's probably in here. Oof. I have maps called Star is Pissed. I wonder what that's from. Oh, man. Oh, and then I have Wednesday maps on here because we did that weird, like, table shuffle thing where it used to be Monday and Wednesday together and Tuesday and Thursday. Now it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So there are maps everywhere, like this stage 1 through 7. This is all the Wednesday mega dungeon that they spent 20 plus sessions on. Sewer sections, that's what I had Thursday crew finally tackle. I had that stuff sitting around since the beginning of Tuesday crew, just never really found the right place for it. Stars Base, Ancient Portals, and perhaps by that, maybe it's over on the other page. That's why I can't find it. So I wonder, let's log into the Wednesday page. Double check something here. Oh, good, I did. About G24. Okay. Wednesday, Thursday. Oh yeah, this is the starting map for Thursday. Yeah, their very first encounter was against Nihilus and some Breath Drinkers. They had 2 pretty powerful NPCs, 77 and 86 hit points here. Kind of guiding them in the first hour of their adventure before all of a sudden Enemir's days were numbered and Nihilus appeared. This tied into the end of the Enemir campaign that we were running on Friday nights. Nihilus appeared at the very end of that campaign, and this campaign takes place right at the same time. Alright there, cowboy. Good to see you there, brother. Alright. So, Rathmir's Manor there for Wednesday. That was fun. Let's check our archived here. Uh-oh, I've got a spider temple, and nobody's played that yet. Ruins, is this it? It is, but these are the sections that we did not play. We could have built that Tuesday Mega Dungeon 5 more ways here by adding 5 more sections, but yeah, 5 sections seemed plenty. Didn't need to go 10. So let's get archives. There, I think that's it. Yes, there's outside Dracolich. I think this is it. D2 stage 2. Yes. 3, 4, 5. Dungeon 2, Stage 2. These are the order that I roughly thought you guys were going to go through this. Well, we got the witches maps here as well. Might as well take a look-see. Dungeon 2, Stage 1. Oh, the old Dragon Lotus. Very cool. So, yeah. Take a quick little look here at the witches map. Some characters who are still with us, some who are not. I mean, look at Tariq. He's a frickin' baby here at 18 hit points. Now he's a literal god. Just to let you know, I sent you something. I don't know when you get it. Hope Like, sent it how? Like, digitally, or? Um, thank you. Definitely caught me off guard. And, whoops. I'm noticing something here. Let's change username to Roleplaying Unlimited, shall we? Oh. Uh, I appreciate you, brother. I, uh, I, okie dokie. So we are just kind of covering some of those early maps here. Which is level 2, some of our same characters. We didn't always have name tags on them. That was something I had kind of gotten used to with my longtime players. I mean, we all know each other after a session or so. We all kind of know what each other's tokens look like, but that was something I believe Christy suggested to me. So much thanks for that. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Um, just requesting for her own benefit at the time. Like, I'm having a hard time figuring out who is whom. So we started putting name tags on everybody shortly after this. But yeah, this was our second level. We had some undead. I think they were undead bats, or maybe they were just giant bats. I remember this part in particular, only because we just watched the stream a short while ago, but I forget which character it was. It might have been... Okay, it was not Tariq, because he's not here. So I think actually it was Amphith right here, our old Dragonborn fisherman, who kind of did a cool athletics check to navigate these slippery, stony rocks and jump onto this guy and kill him while he was prone. And then we go to level 3. Yes, indeed. The penultimate level right here. Some unfamiliar names here. I remember all of them, though. I spent at least no less than an hour with every player who ever showed up here. Whether they played one session and then left, whether they showed up, looked through things, and then decided it wasn't for them. Whether they showed up and just kind of sat there for a while before they got purged. But it's definitely not something that you forget when you go through that time with a bunch of new people. Maybe don't necessarily remember who they are in real life, but yeah, characters like Divine, Jorge played this guy right here, just spelled his name backwards. And of course we can see now everybody's got the name tags as requested. We did come across an apparatus of Coalescence in the underwater here after befriending the giant octopus and saving it from all of the witches and the monsters around here. But we kind of left that plot to the side after Christy moved over to Wednesday Table and created an entirely new character. Didn't really want to play this character anymore. I could have kept it going, but underwater things are always kind of tricky to do anyway. So it was something that I have the maps for. They'll probably get repurposed at some point for something. But as it is right now, it wasn't something that we included in the Coalescence campaigns. Coelatem over here, of course, in his old red fire wizard guys right here. Definitely not the same guy that we've come to know. Finally, Witches level 4. Yes, this was the end combat right here. Oh yeah, this was our little navigation over to the Wednesday Table. Where... Did I just erase it? Usually I ghost them, but I guess I erased the monster token for the dinosaur. Unless somehow it's over here. Nope. But yeah, this the witch's ritual was essentially like creating this fiendish dinosaur creature out of the remains of things that they had sacrificed. And after you guys killed the dinosaur... Oh, is this it right here? Yeah, that's it right there. I thought it was a large creature, but this is it right here. It's just a baby. It's for a low-level party. But I'm used to like something like that. Alright. So... that kind of covers what we were talking about there. Dungeon 2, Stage 1. I think this is where we're at right now with our Tuesday recaps. Our first journey in here, we're starting to see more familiar characters. Mr. Twinkleberry, Coelatem, we've got Arm Ripper, we've got Tariq, we've got Theron. They're starting to look a bit beefier here. 80, 100 hit points, 90 hit points, respectable for a wizard. Who is this? Oh, a farmed. Yeah, this is after one dude changed out character. So we had some oozes, some other nasties over here. Yellow oozes, black oozes. We have 2 Yordles for some reason. Tends to happen. And I don't know. You can never really estimate what players are going to do. So, for my part, when I'm building this map, all I can think is, what would I do if I came in here and I came to this intersection and I was like, alright, we got this, we got this, we got this. This right here is my natural first curiosity, but it ended up being the second path that our group went to. This right here would have been my second natural curiosity. It ended up being the last that we went to. And this one right here, especially with the nature of the magical trap door that I had here, compared to nothing of the kind up here, and just a locked door, as I recall, right here, I would have kind of guessed this was the area to save for last. But we did persist and headed right on in. So dungeon level stage 2. What the heck? I don't think any of these are it. Is it still in there? It is not. Well, let's just check them out. Yep. Yeah, this is a much easier area right here. We had the living elementals, the living cloud kill, the living lightning bolt, the living poison cloud. I think, yep, this is where we found the deck of many things. And this is where Tassara was donjoned away, I believe. And that's where I ghosted Westy's character out of the game that you missed. I can see all of that rings true with this map that we have right here. But then I guess you came back later on to join with us over here. Yep, this is where we took the axe. This is the sealed room that would have been populated with all sorts of treasures and gems. I just never put in all the tokens, but yeah, the size of the room would give you an idea. I think it was meant to be, at that point in the campaign, equivalent to like 7,000 gold pieces per character. What the heck? Oh. Shaboom! That is an epic alert right there. That was one thing that appealed to me with this particular stream setup, is that it had its own customized animated alerts with it, but that definitely caught me off guard. Thank you for the like there on Facebook, Dominic. Hope you're having a good day, brother. Yep. And then we found a nice potion workshop up here, but this isn't where we went second. This is it. This is the Dracolich's dungeon. Or lair. Yeah, here it is. Yep, there's the extra dimensional chest of holding right there that Brad now has tucked away in his bunk aboard the Judicial. Here is the collapsed layer of the Dracolich after she just brought everything down in her death throes. Most of you were safe from that, but we can see by the health bars right here that some of you guys took some damage. I think Chad kept out of it for the most part, and that's why his health bar is considerably higher. And yeah, Tariq may have just regenerated back to full following some post-battle RP. I don't know that he survived that entire encounter unscathed. Maybe he did. This room right here is where the phylactery was initially. That was a big part of the quest objective once we knew what we were up against. And I think this is it. Right? Yeah, that's it right there. That's the token that we used for it. Once we realized what we were up against... Oh, you did get dropped a few times. Gotcha. Hey, welcome to the show there, buddy. Didn't know you were here. Oh, that's right. People were feared, so they were constantly like navigating these side passageways right here so that they could attack at disadvantage but not necessarily move closer to it while within line of sight. So this did kind of work out well in that respect. And this ended up being the passageway of death right here because it's a nice long straight path. We did not open the door here initially. We opted to go right out into the large room, and the Dracolich was sitting invisibly right over here, well aware that somebody was trying to break in through the door just on the other side of the map here. And yeah, we had some blasted characters here. Look at that. That's the remains of Justin's poor character Aten, the cleric right there. Meridian, the original Meridian token. Meridian brought Aten's body back to the ship. I believe that's why they're both ghosted in the same space. Looks like we had Ben miss a session here and is just chilling in the back or something to that effect. Miss you, brother. Sealatem's finally got his tried and true token here once we're in this dungeon. But otherwise, yeah, stage 4. Yeah, this is where it starts to get into the true meaning of the dungeon right here. Yeah, once we get up into this area, this is where it kind of becomes a toss-up between the north and the south, because we had these nasty, well, I thought they were nasty, but they were basically meant to be like the horsemen of the apocalypse. They didn't play quite like that. You guys rather handily defeated them. But they were meant to kind of be an omen of what is in the next area. And this is about the time that we started having our first visions of Nihilus, the first foreshadowings that Nihilus was going to be coming back. We had already had our big reveal in our text play channels in Discord, talking about how his return was imminent and we were going to all need to band together to face him. We were also having frequent telepathic taunts and jibes from Acererak himself, who we started to get the inkling that he is going to be what's up ahead here. And some of his cursed treasures over here. I remember Westy saying on more than one occasion, I hate this area. Spending so much time trying to go through these treasure chests only to find cursed items or no items, trapped chests and getting nothing out of them. Until finally, level 5 of the dungeon, where we spent a good few sessions here facing off against Acererak himself and his host of undead. We got a Death Knight, we've got a Bone Naga, we've got these flaming skulls, we've got this undead herald, undead mounted knight, this fucking idiot over here. I don't remember what you were, but you're dead, so it doesn't matter. By funny coincidence, Justin also used this map for one of his games, and we played it only a couple of weeks before we played this one. So that's 2 times that his campaign and my campaign have inadvertently kind of copied each other, because then we both had the spiral staircase with the gas cloud at the bottom of it, because it was just such a fucking cool thing to do. And I had completely forgotten that I even used that. So I was just kind of, I didn't think anything of it when we encountered it in Justin's game. Yes, this is where we got the Sword of Kos. That is one of the few items that is of benefit that we got in this area. But yeah, I built the map for Rathmir's Manor weeks and weeks before, and just it kind of sat there. And I'm running so many games, I don't necessarily remember every fine detail of every map that I play until it's the day of the session, and I want to spend an hour and a half just to kind of refresh myself on what are the objectives here. And I realize we got a spiral staircase with a fucking gas trap. That's gonna be fantastic. And the first hint of the multi-world catastrophe that the Ministry was building, the connected spheres of annihilation. We saw this at multiple tables. Some of our groups tried to interact with them, not with a great degree of success. Intentionally, I mean, there's always a chance, but considering the powers that be that were behind this menace and the countering forces that I had in play, i.e., the entire leadership of Ubiquity, and oh gosh, I forget. That's the primary one. There doesn't always have to be a second fucking example. But that's kind of the gist that you're meant to be given, is that these spheres are bad news, and what the ultimate objective is, I don't know that I've revealed entirely in-game to us. I know we've kind of covered some of it, but I don't know that we've covered all of it. What we do know, and fuck it. If we've covered it already, no big deal. If we haven't, that's kind of what this is for. And it's a bit of a foreshadowing towards our Coalescence 456 campaign that we will be running here over this year, next year, year and a half or so. But it's essentially a mass sacrifice kind of thing. That by destroying all of these worlds at once and causing such a massive loss of life, Johnser, there will be heralded an undead invasion the likes of which has never been seen on a galactic scale. So if you've been wondering where the Agent Orange stuff has been sitting, we've kind of touched upon it here and there. It is going to have a much larger role in our future side of the Coalescence to come. And for that matter, Star Wars will have a bit lesser of a role. That's kind of how I've been able to maintain some degree of sanity in all of this, is not throw it all in all at once, but for Coalescence 1, 2, 3, we can play firmly with D&D rules and Star Wars rules. 4, 5, and 6, Star Wars stuff will still exist, but I'm not going to have Star Wars 5e integrated like the way that we do now, with new characters. We do still have some existing tables with existing Jedi characters who will be playing a bit in 4, 5, 6. This isn't going to take anything away from them so much, more so than a bit even less of their presence in the galaxy, if you will. Then, of course, if you're thinking, are you planning a 7, 8, and 9 Coalescence and finally bringing in the superhero side that you've been teasing here for so long? Quite possibly. I don't know if we're going to go 7, 8, and 9. 4, 5, 6 may be the end of it, and it just may be that we see more of the superhero side of things in 4, 5, and 6, because we haven't seen anything in 1, 2, and 3, and that's very intentional, because having that and Star Wars and D&D in the same melting pot, oof, yeah, that is a logistical nightmare. So that is Tuesday's wonderful, fun adventure right there. Looks like Thursday here. So yeah, I think we want to go back to... Just gotta double check. I'll take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was the finale. Oh, Lexi Logos. DJ. Yeah, this was our finale for the Enemir campaign. This is the Void where we went to recover Sadrake, Ben's character, who also drew from the deck of many things. He didn't get the donjon to be physically imprisoned. He got the void, where his soul was ripped from his body, imprisoned somewhere else, and his body just fell comatose. And they had to basically put him in a hospice for the better part of a year in-game. Ben ended up creating a new character who, has a bit more of a part to play here. I think we have talked a bit about that in some of our connected campaign, but that's still a bit of a background detail that we don't need to cover too much. I was just more curious about this this map than anything else. So yeah, let's close here and let's go over Monday. Oh, good. I thought I had mentioned that his character basically brought about Nihilus's return because he was playing the Chronomancer, and that was something that he would have enjoyed. It's not something that he and I discussed to any great detail, but after his passing, it was something that I had always talked about with his wife beforehand, was that perhaps the most proper send-off for him would be to keep his story going in the games. And if that meant an end to one of those stories here and there, at least some kind of notable end. Now, Monday, oh yeah, Ocean Floor, see, yeah, we got those maps. Pyramid Temple, Justin will remember that one, just like the Wednesday Mega Dungeon that they spent 20 sessions on. The Pyramid is one that I may repurpose for future use. It's just too cool of a map. Lord knows we've already seen our fair share of mazes. Dragon's Lairs, I don't think we've seen... No, we did see one of them. We did go into the Demon Dragon's Lair, which was the Amethyst Dragon Lair. But yeah, there are a lot of cool layers contained in here, all in the same theme. Yeah, from Fizzban's book. Ben bought us that book too. Now that I think of it, he asked if we had it. I said we don't. And he bought it for us. So now we all have access to all the cool benefits that come from that. Yes, they did go into the Red Dragons thing, but that was something I built myself also. That should be under Thuji Gordonon's. Yep. Demi-Realm. Oh, yeah. Fire everywhere. So much space on this map, so much unused space because, I mean, yeah, we did have this little cave over here that seemed kind of safe, but it definitely wasn't, and then we moved all of like 80 feet out of the entrance where we had most of the battle. Dragon was all over the place. I mean, Dragon was like as far away as over here at certain points, but it would just kind of swoop and come back over and get into the shit. And yeah, 1,084 hit points on this beast before you guys killed it, and killed it good. But that's Wednesday table. I was thinking Monday, and I'm trying to find those maps. A bunch of ancient portals. Oh, the ancient portals! That was how the Monday table quest was supposed to resolve. The blood portal? No. There's so many varieties of them, I forget which one I used, but I did build one of them and put your characters onto it, thinking that we would end that city quest by stopping the Ubiquity Cultist sacrifice. And this is what I had set. We had all those different kidnapped victims that we talked about on Monday nights. I had all their tokens attached to these sacrifice points right here, and then the primary sacrifice, or the primary foci right here in the center, that the Ubiquity cultists were hoping to get out of the sacrifice, basically attempting to create a new type of weather control device out of this, using the sacrifices of these people they had kidnapped. But yeah, instead, we... Instead, we did this. Oh, that's another thing, too, that we did not play. Star is Pissed 2. Or no. We did play that. Yeah, this was our original because it was so unexpected that we would encounter him at all. Like, I just built this stupid thing with drawing shapes on the map and like, all right, here's your tank and here's the soldiers and I'm going to kill every fucking one of you. Are you sure you guys want to keep doing this? This is exactly what you were told not to do. You were told that you would be met with the most fierce aggression from Colonel Star, and that's exactly what happened. Star is Pissed 2 ended up happening after we spent more than 2 sessions on that fight, and I figured, well, we need a map at some point here, so I found this, which loosely reflected what I had in mind. A bit too many buildings going on here, but it worked out for us. And it finally did allow us to make our escape. Oops, wrong button. Is it? There it is, freeway chase. That was where I was hoping it would go. I was figuring, let's make a, since I already went to building this map and we're not going to do the Ubiquity sacrifice thing now, let's lemonade here. And this, I mean, this could have been fun. Can still do it at some point. But this is one of the animated effects that I'm definitely more impressed with. And I thought, especially since we had 2 characters already in a tank, and the objective was, let's get the fuck out of here, and some people talked about getting in the tank to use it as our escape, I was like, okay, well, that sounds like too good of an option to pass up. So if they're going to do that, let's have a chase scene. And... alas, we never used this map. Yeah, right, the Final Fantasy VII chase. Alrighty, so that is that's still getting ahead of ourselves a bit on Monday. Deck of many things, dragon layers, market, mazes. Additional maps? What the fuck is this shit? They look cool. Don't know that I ever had any purpose. Oh, they look like they're from the Planescape. So it's got to be archived somewhere in here. Star Space. So yeah, the ancient portals we did not use. Yeah, the old Dragon Lotus map. Meant to check that out. Search for Krista. There's that. Okay. Partringon Ruins. Secret Mountain Cabin. Here we go. These are our early Monday maps. That's Wednesday. Stars Base. Stars Base Intersect. And then these ended up being purposeless maps right here. They were created but never populated because we never got outside of the intersection, and it kind of just seemed at that moment like we were going to resolve the combat there and there would be no further use of even exploring, especially since the mine was about to explode. Up the Mount 1, there we go. Villainous Elves, there we go. You're playing the remake? Nice. I have not played it yet. It's in the collection, but have not gotten there. So Up the Mount 1. Justin remembers this map. Fuck these scorpions and fuck these rust monsters. For characters with Metal Gear at level 1, and I'm not talking about the Hideo Kojima video game, I'm talking about metal equipment. It's bad news. And yes, we have everybody's most forthright and reasonable paladin, Judar Kendantis here, who will cut your head off if you so much as think an evil thought. Ah, that is correct. Yes, I did have an illusory bridge right here, but we did not cross that bridge. Ah! So, this was also where we found one of our few portals here, which has its connection to one of Justin's characters named Leon, who made it his career to find some of the rarest and coolest treasures and then place them in challenging locations that future adventurers would be inspired to seek out. Yeah, it was very much Last Crusade inspired. I think it was based on passive perception. Like if you were standing in the right spot and you looked at it from an angle, you'd be like, "Hey, there's a bridge right there." And then I would say, "Ah, yes, but of course, da da." Boop. So that was our first little bit there. Good lord, we already had a character with 99 hit points after the first map? That seems incorrect. Oh, and then we had the home of the elves, the secret mountain cabin, yep. Some friendly RP here for the most part. Looks like the goblins joined us over here for a night, as did Katarina. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Or it could just be that he was diligent about updating his token so that there was never an old HP version of it sitting behind on an old map. Definitely a possibility as well. And the villainous elves on the other side, who you were warned about by that nice elven family up in the mountains. That's why they moved up there, because there was some nasty shit going on down in the woods in the valley. And apparently a Tarrasque running around too. They always just seem to kind of appear when a party gets too cocky. It's just like, oh, here comes the Tarrasque. And right here inside this little treasure chest is where we found one of the pieces of the fractured psyche that would connect 3 characters at 3 different tables to give us the Seer Aiji Aurili and give us our first warning of the impending threat of Nihilus. Completing that though, Monday, this is about the time that we started to get our solid table at the ruins of Partringon. Let's just see who's here. Because that's, yep, that's Ari. And there's Zagarian. I want to talk to the Colonel. We had some good times together. Wasn't all bad. Sucks that it is what it is now, but it's not the end until it's the end, right? It's on you, your choice. But yeah, good times. We had some fun gelatinous cube encounters in here, and a pretty nasty trapped room here. I think the API broke on me here, but you can see the remains of the token that I built in the trap API. I tried to link onto it. But overall, this was a very small dungeon compared to some of the other ones that we've been through. So I definitely tried to linger here for at least a session. We got 2 sessions out of it, actually. I mean, didn't take that long to light this area. Just wanted to ensure that we would spend a bit of time. We had some automatons, some beetles and bees from the looks of it, guarding some of these exterior treasure chambers. And down in here, now deleted from the map, is where the weather control device was that Ubiquity leadership had just kind of stashed away here, and they were activating it remotely and observing the effects that it was having on the planet, because their world was already getting fucked up and they didn't know what, if any, relevance it would have or what results they would be able to study on their own world. And at this point, if we gotta fuck up another world's weather for a while so that we can get some reasonable data, so be it. Ubiquity is definitely not all good-hearted, but we have met at least one seemingly good person from their collective. But this is where Monday finished their first adventure after, instead of following a signature to capture the essence of a creature, they were to follow a unique signature that had no discernible meaning. And it wasn't until they got here that they realized it is this weather control device. And upon disabling it, our Monday table successfully completes their first adventure and thus sets in motion the key, the events of disaster. Search for Krista was a direct result of my asking the first table to complete their adventure. I'm sorry, Tuesday had already completed theirs, but they were already on to their next adventure. This one, though, Monday, we've already got 3 tables now in Role Playing Unlimited, playing steadily. And I wanted to get some kind of feedback and let the players feel like they would have some engagement in the story that we were creating, some direction. So I put out a poll that I think only one person responded to. Basically just what kind of adventure would you like to see ahead? And one player's response was that he wanted to do something city-based with some intrigue, perhaps a little political. So we got the search for Krista Starr, the daughter of Colonel Starr. We've already kind of touched upon that. The objective was not to engage the Colonel because the Colonel did not want Tactical Extreme's help in locating his daughter. He was very set on resolving this matter himself. He had in fact gone against orders from his superiors to resolve this himself. They had deemed him too close to the issue and thought that his presence there would only worsen the situation. He did that and went and took care of it anyway. Tactical Extreme, being contacted by Colonel Starr's superiors with specific orders, don't mess with the Colonel. We already told him not to be there, and he's there anyway. So if you tell him that another team is present, he's going to be fucking livid because he's already emotional, he's already distraught. He wears this fucking chromium armor because his skin is thinner than fucking paper. So just don't engage him. And by we I mean a small percentage of the party, because there were at least 2 or 3 players at any given point who were entertaining the validity of engaging with the Colonel. Let's at least talk to him and find out what we know. Maybe not reveal who we are. So maybe we're not breaking the rules so much. But the main Zygarian who had to talk to the Colonel was not going to disguise his position as a member of the military in any way. He was hoping that it would gain him an audience with the Colonel, which perhaps when dealing with a rational person under normal circumstances, sure. In this one, no. So that's how we got this map right here, which turned into this map right here. Which turned into this map right here. And alas, we never saw the light of day. It wasn't this map, but it's one of the other dozen or so that I have up in the Ancient Blood portal set up there. Definitely worth taking a look at the old Dragon Lotus ship. Very, very small compared to our current digs. Original Meridian token. Captain Gator is nowhere to be seen, so I don't know what the hell is going on with that. But I do know I'm going to send this on a pause here for a few minutes. And thank you all so much for hanging out here. And a lot more ground to cover here on our Coalescence Recap. Maybe we do it all in one sitting. Maybe it's a part 2 that we do later on this week or tomorrow. But in either case, I will be back in a few minutes. Are you with us? How about that? There we go. Took my microphone away from me for a second. There we go. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Monday crew, that catches us up to that point anyway. Kinda back, kinda still putting this together while I get this next motivation ready for me, you know? I think Wednesday crew would be our next recap here, and yes. Don't know that we ever did that one, but let's just check. So Wednesday crew, oh shit. I know now it was not the shape of what inadvertently appears to be Pac-Man that caused the copyright snafu a year plus ago. It's just the music. It's almost a every stream I get a notice that I'm in potential violation of some musical copyright violation. But it's just part of their process because it automatically flags it, and then they have to go through the process of finding out that my account is legally subscribed and able to use these songs per the contract with Epidemic Sound. So this has kind of made it so where I like to let the videos sit around for a while on Twitch before I import them, upload them over to YouTube, because if those copyright strikes are still in contest at that point, the transferred video will have that section silenced, as is the case with this map right here, because I used to transfer the videos over like the next day or something. So now I like to wait a little while, but this is our Wednesday table. This is where it began. In the Astral Dragon Lair, our characters were pursued by the Tremaxon, four-armed subterranean creatures, loosely inspired by the movie The Descent. And the intro plot was your characters were just overrun. There were hundreds of them. The only option was to run into this area after you had successfully navigated a puzzle door, and you trapped them supposedly on the other side of this door, while your characters made your way through here in exploration. Here's Westy's character Tyvek, who I think he played for all of one session, maybe two sessions, and that kept, I want to say, at least a 6 to 9 month lock in my head, where Westy was supposed to be involved in the Wednesday games. So I kept asking, you in for tonight? And you're like, I'm not in the Wednesday games, dude. I'm like, but you... Yeah, he was like for 5 minutes. Oh, shit. Did Blaze hit level 20? Damn. Looks like he did. Frickin' awesome. Oh, boy. Oh, damn allergies. All right. So, yeah, this began our encounter with the Astral Dragon. There used to be a glowing stone face set into the floor here, into the ground. You can still see the remnants of it. Kind of get the impression that it used to be a face. It used to obviously be a face, and it began to glow and pulsate more and more as the characters were here, after which it exploded, leaving this crater and unleashing this dragon upon us, which for a party of third level characters was definitely a formidable challenge. After their successful defeat, they went up to level 5, and I think that's Val 18.0 if I'm not mistaken right there. And yeah, after the defeat of the Astral Dragon, the Tremaxon, who you had trapped on the other side of this passage here, finally broke through and began to pursue your characters, prompting you to escape off the edge here to a door just out of sight on this map right here. More of a Theater of the Mind edition. And that door led to a passageway that you collapsed, followed for some time before finally making your way into this area right here. Yes. Ascending from the spiral staircase. Ooh, look, I had a spiral staircase before you there, J-Man. I bet we all forgot about this one. Womp womp. We had a no balls, though. Had a little chapel section. Set over here. I forget which character. I think it was a character who's no longer with us. He found something of interest over here behind the altar. I don't recall that he shared it with the rest of the group. I think he might have taken it with him. It wasn't anything monumental to the story, just one of those cool little additions, and one of the hurdles of the somewhat disconnected nature of our campaigns at this stage before we had a solid crew of players. This magic circle right here was just kind of like a battery that was dead, and it just needed spell levels to be plugged into it to charge up. And J-Man, I believe, took care of that for us, activating the portal, which redirected us over here to the other side of it. A narrow passage aside, some stairs that head up, connecting to this area just to the west. And into this section here. Looks like yeah, we definitely ran into some lag with the number of tokens that were on this board. So the giant worms that were originally here have since been removed. But we can see the rubble of the damage that they caused to the structure around them. We can see a crater here that one of them burrowed out of. I have to find a spiral staircase emoji to add to our Twitch setup here. Okay, there we go. Enough of that. And as I recall, yes. This cultist temple was a attachment to our ubiquity setup, just at a distant point in the past. This is not the Ubiquity homeworld that is being torn apart by the machinations of the ministry, but rather this was a outpost that Ubiquity in their heyday had spread out, established. They didn't necessarily build the place, but they definitely spruced this section up much more to their accommodations, especially like this nicer area before the fucking worm came out of it anyway. But when the Tremaxon broke into this area, that was what prompted the Ubiquity to leave. Initially, they tried to defend it. We can see some of the body bags of some of their fallen still here from that battle years ago. But once it became clear that they did not stand a chance at successfully defending this place against the Tremaxon, they just fled. And yeah, this is a section we did not explore for a good while here. Oh, damn! Forgot all about that. Got our private latrines over here that Ricari took the opportunity to relieve himself. But, I mean, more spacious digs than, or at least the same size digs that you got aboard the Judicial, so might as well, right? And that brings up another important bit there that I forgot. Part of this glow right here, if I'm not mistaken, I'm mistaken. I did not bring it over here at all. The energy fairy that I neglected to mention on the first map, when the stone face in the ground exploded, not only did the astral dragon reveal itself, but so too did this strange little fairy made entirely of pink energy. It's quite friendly and loves to heal the party members, so naturally they made fast friends with it. But as soon as they teleported from one section of this room to the other, the fairy was no longer with them, and instead had been trapped, I believe, in one of these rooms over here. Just a magical malfunction, essentially. The energy fairy is, it has issues with transportation magic. Being a creature of magic itself, it's not necessarily intended to travel in such a way. So it worked, but it didn't. And after fighting off the giant worms in these two passageways right here, our group discovered, I mean, Dawn is in the party. So you know what we're thinking as soon as we come across this little area here. And you can see some little hidden bits here just in case the party decided to explore things a bit more, or if they had stayed here for any great duration of time. There is a bit of a haunted effect in some of these areas, or some of the furniture. I could change it so that it's like you opened up the drawer right there. This one, oh, that goes to this one right here. Same thing there, another open drawer. Some of the beds, I think one of the beds is meant to have a ghost in it. Might be that one over there. Pretty sure this is just another... Yeah. Another interaction with that. Yep, same thing here. You can open the drawers attached to the bed. Just some extra details on this map we didn't necessarily take advantage of. Here's the ghost one right here. So if somebody were to have stayed in this bed, eventually they wake up in the middle of the night. And then I think same thing with this one. Yeah, it's the south beds that have a haunting effect to them. This one kind of looks like it does too. But we did not spend enough time in long rest before the hundreds of Tremaxon that we had left behind in the sealed passage earlier made their way through. They did not use the portal the same way you guys did, but rather being subterranean of their own nature and able to navigate some of the hidden passageways between. Keep in mind that those worms already have opened up numerous passageways that we don't see off of the map. So it came to be that just suddenly from this corridor, here comes 100 plus of those Tremaxon fighting their way up to the party. They fought with them. They killed dozens of them, but they still nevertheless continued to flee, making their way up here. Hey, look, there's the energy fairy returned from a different point, though. I can't remember. I think no, we did not. I don't think we discovered this little hidden path right here in this room. But you can see my little arrow connecting it right there. And I did not populate this room. This was going to be more of a one of those random treasure hoards rolled on the spot if your characters had discovered this area. So yeah, fighting off the Tremaxon, our characters continue to flee. And yeah, here are some of their tokens on this map. Didn't delete all of them, but these are what we were using for the Tremaxon. This is a pretty cool map, I thought. This series of maps in general, because they're not all top-down. I like top-down. It's the easiest to navigate. It's traditional D&D. But occasionally something like this is pretty cool. And here we had another of those puzzle doors that we had to solve, while at the same time fighting off the Tremaxon who were coming out of all of these little holes here, these little tunnels. And as I recall, pretty quick affair in that respect before we have our final encounter with the Tremaxon here. They continue to pursue us. And they didn't necessarily all die in these rooms. This is just where I moved their bodies to get them out of the way. And there are some who survived, but not many. And those who did opted to keep what life they had. But yeah, we've got a pretty spacious river here. This one right here, I believe, started off as an intact bridge, but it broke once somebody put sufficient weight on it, or perhaps just the tumultuous motion of the lava river caused it to break. But we had this encounter here before... what... Where did we... That's right, I believe we came in over here. And then they made their way here to the mine elevator, which takes them to the imprisonment level. And yeah, we see what happened with this place after Ubiquity. We still see some remnants of Ubiquity here. Some of their their spells, spell defenses in play, the living cloud kills primarily. But now we're starting to see some monsters have started to reclaim this section of the cave right here. Some very large, nasty ass bears. And here we had a strongly warded chamber that our party successfully broke through. And unfortunately pissed off a fiend lord in the process. Because the other side of that door, we can see there is in fact a hallway, but it is also connected to a demiplane where this ancient red dragon was imprisoned long ago for a beef that he had with this fiend lord. And you know, the mightiest of the devils, they're going to hold that grudge for a long time, make you suffer before they finally make good on any further punishment that they're going to deliver. Such was the case here with Thuji Gornon. So when our party showed up here and they killed this dragon, they made a substantial enemy of Abhadanalia, the fiend lord of the 7th level of hell in our version of D&D anyway. But this was a good 2-3 session fight here, not as seemingly repetitive as the Dracolich battle. Of course, Dracolich with the phylactery, there's a whole different bag of worms there to go through. But this was definitely a challenging battle that once our group successfully made it through and they were ejected from the demiplane back to the imprisonment level, oh boy, was there some loot. And loot, loot, loot. Yes, indeed. And again, this is me kind of getting ahead and then having to go back. Once the characters defeated the last of the Tremaxon, they came back up to this level, largely through some prodding from myself, because I kept reminding them that there were sections that they had not explored, and I kept asking them, is anybody concerned about what happened to the energy fairy? So finally they came back in through here. Ricari relieved himself at this commode. We navigated some magical traps right here. I believe there was like a disintegration effect present here. But once all was said and done, I do believe in this room we were reunited with our fairy companion, which is why on the way out of here for the final time, we have the fairy companion back in the chasm. No, we didn't do that. We just kind of hand-waved that. Probably same thing with the lava river, but by the time we're here, back into the full meaty part of the dungeon, we do have our energy fairy in our company. And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, were there some treasures to be found here. Some cool stuffs indeed. Some old broken topography here, a massive statue that the party was convinced was going to animate and attack them. To my recollection, it did not. It just sat there, destroyed. Another passageway leading out of here. Ultimately, to the only way out of here. So, I mean, make of it what you will. Maybe if Fiend Lord doesn't want people interfering with his little trap, maybe he could have fucking like made this the demiplane room and not like the path that you have to go through to get out of here. So, I mean, take it up with him. Maybe he thought you guys were just going to jump down this hole and, like, fly all the way down to the next level. Who knows? Of note, speaking of this room, this is the room where the Sword of Reyna was found. I mean, that's probably why the Fiend Lord didn't want to go in there, because the Sword of Reyna is not a friend of fiends. And one of our characters, if you're familiar with the Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus module, the Sword of Zariel, this is basically just a rebranding of that. A couple different tweaks here and there, but by and large the same overall premise, in that if your character accepts the blade also has to accept your character, and it will also transform your character into an angelic, idealized version of the existing character that you're playing. Oh, damn, that is... I think that's why... I think that's why I left the ferry there, in hopes that a player would spot this. This is another something that we left unseen right here. I don't know if it's easier to see with the ferry there or not there, but you can kind of see how the wall is falling apart right here. And I thought maybe shedding a little light on that would make it easier for the party to find this little hidden path here, this tiny little alcove where there are 7 5,000 gold piece diamonds just sitting there for the taking. Didn't have, not every table got everything. Every table left something behind. I mean, I think that's just kind of a common, especially with the size of the maps I build and the cerebral nature that I like to put into them. Sometimes I don't always just rely on passive perception, like, yes, you see this, yes, you see this. Sometimes, I mean, of course, if a passive perception character with a 22 is sitting right here, I'm going to be like, dude, look at these rocks. But otherwise, I like to let players kind of explore the map, ask me questions if there are certain things that stand out to them. Otherwise, continuing, you can see how this took 20 plus sessions. I mean, this is 5 maps already, and they're much larger and much more detailed than any of the maps that Monday or Tuesday did. Cavern level is where we saw the immediate effect from having thwarted Padanalia's little trap with his dragon. Some of the treasure in that hoard were in fact gilded devils. They can disguise themselves as treasure and jump at you at the least opportune moments, i.e. when you're all single file and just walking down this narrow little path here. In a similar note, we had a treasure chest here that also had like some gem themed devils that were likewise disguised, but it looks like I've removed those tokens from the map. And then here's where shit got crazy. We made our way into here, and we've got one path leading south, one path leading north. If we go north, it might be a much different game. We went south, though. Understandably why, considering that if one character would have stepped out a few, they say the path just keeps winding. If some character steps out a couple steps here, they say it opens to another chamber. And no sooner had somebody stepped out into that chamber before they saw a pit fiend, accompanied by... Oh yeah, here was the support that I meant to bring in that I opted not to, but still sitting there. There's the Araignées right there. But yes, Pit Fiend and Araignées right here. And after defeating them, we had the distinct pleasure of, yeah, that thing, but also this dude. Nope, he's hidden, so you can't see him. There we go. Yes, Abhadanalia himself, the Fiend Lord. And he was here to kill your energy fairy friend. We also see Lord Soth here on the map. Looks like this might be an outdated map here. Like this was the setup for the combat that we ended up not doing. And Abhadanalia's hit points are really fucked up here because he's got way more than Lord Soth, so I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, Soth originally showed up here as an emissary of the Ministry, hoping to negotiate some kind of Johnny Sly. Thank you, brother. 6-month T1 sub, man. I appreciate you, man. Much love. But Soth was here not to try to take the energy fairy from your group, but rather to explain to you its importance to not only your group, but potentially scientific research. The Ministry was very interested in creating a new type of Bacta, perhaps even more powerful and more potent. And this energy fairy right here was, they believed, the key to this research. Our party was not really hearing any of that, didn't want to even consider turning their friend over for scientific research. It became a moot point, though, after Abhadanalia arrived and just began to beat the ever-loving crap out of Wednesday Table. He likewise dominated a few of them to go chase after the energy fairy and bring it back to him. He also, I think, commanded others to attack others in the party. But that sent the energy fairy fleeing all the way down this passage here, where eventually I believe somebody stalled it long enough for Abhadanalia to get up into here as well, where he, with the greatest of evil glee, killed it right before their eyes. We followed this passage just a bit further here, and there's a pool of water with a couple swarms of wasps. Nothing too dead. Actually, these are scarabs, flying scarabs. So they are deadly, but for the level our characters are at, 275 hit point swarms versus a Baylor. I'm sorry, not a Baylor. A Pit Fiend and Aranya's. Lord Soth did stand with our group during the fight versus Abhadanalia because that was part of his approach. It was telling you that somebody even more powerful than anybody in TACX or the Ministry was going to try to take this fairy away if they didn't find some way to protect it between themselves. Protect being used loosely, of course. But in the course of this combat, after Abhadanalia killed the energy fairy, he spent, I think, 3 full rounds not attacking the party and just attacking himself for full damage, just to show how meaningless this combat was to him. Like, I can kill all of you, I can slice myself up even worse than you can hurt me, and it's just all part of his diabolical nature. After all is said and done, we have lost our energy fairy friend. Lord Soth returns to the Ministry. The Pit Fiend and the Aranyes were killed. So, yeah, this is definitely an outdated map. This is not where we left this combat. I think this is when we switched the Roll20 tables over to Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, like I was talking about earlier. So that would make sense why this outdated map here for Wednesday table is on the Monday, Tuesday table page. But you follow this all the way through. There's this hidden passage underwater. And look at that. Mace Windu's lightsaber. a truly powerful relic, possibly even an artifact. And one of our characters got his hands on that. Looks like he's not even here on this map at the time. And unfortunately, our good friend Out of Game experienced a travesty. There's really no other way to put it in real life, and he has not been able to game with us for several months now. But he is still here with us in the community, and we all hope that Kirk will return sooner than later. Much love, brother. I talked to you briefly yesterday, so yeah, I hope you're doing all right there, man. And that pretty much was it for the mega dungeon here. Now, I mean, we've got this lightsaber, and perhaps most heartbreakingly about it, not only is it a powerful relic, it is extra potent against fiends and demons. So against a fiend lord itself, again, like I said, when we got to this area back here with the branch, and we went south instead of north, if we had just gone north first and fought off these couple swarms, went down there, got the lightsaber, and then come back here this way, might be a much different battle. Definitely, yeah, the party doesn't have it. I mean, not all items that come in are always going to stay in. The Sword of Reyna I made the exception for, but it was kind of a one or the other in this respect, and hopefully it's not the last we see of the lightsaber here. Adding the diabolical nature here, of course, the prismatic wall preventing any players from escaping tantalizingly close to daylight, which they've not seen for 20 sessions at this point. And this is where I was like, yeah, I doubt that we actually went out here. I have two versions of it. Yeah, we never made it. If anything, I brought the map over here and was like, look, it's outside. And you guys call for your ship, and you make it back to the judicial, and that is that. So Wednesday crew, they spent more than half of their total playtime so far among those 7 maps right there. Monday crew, they split their time between this quest for the weather control device and shutting it down, restoring the natural order to this world. No two ways about it, the botched mission to rescue Krista Starr from the evil Ubiquity cultists who sacrificed her ultimately because we had to talk to the Colonel. One last look at our little freeway chase here. What could have been, what may be in the future at a different tabletop. Just such a cool effect. I dig it. So that is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and to a degree Thursday. Do we have that map here, or do I have to go back? I think I have to go back. Yep. All right. Let's exit here. Go back to the Wednesday table. Woo, woo, woo. What do we have? Oh yeah, this was what we checked out last time. Outside, Ultra Dracolich. Here's where it all ended. Picking back up with a Tuesday table here, and also touching a bit on Thursday table. Yeah, this isn't even the whole map. This is the wrong map. Outside. It might be this copy. Yep. There we go. This is the whole setup right here. The destroyed Ultra Dracolich. And I forget, did our crew ever destroy the phylactery? I don't recall that we did. That's right. It is here, but it's a few miles off the map in this direction. And that was a quest that I reserved for the G4 table. That is correct. Different table ended up taking care of that. Our Thursday table, the only one that was left is this little astromech droid right over here. AD 8725, who I believe Arm Ripper now has in his inventory. He just took another character with him. I'm going to keep this droid. But yes, almost assuredly, the Dracolich Aterian would have returned. If not for the intervention of G4, they were assisted by a fairy version of IG Aurelie. We have encountered, I think, close to 10 versions of her now at this point. I'm discovering alternates of her that I'd even forgotten that were not brought up during the trivia contest that was held last month, and that was one of the specific questions. And I had gone through my notes and my recollections, and then lo and behold, a couple weeks later, I was like, oh yeah, the Pink Fairy one. I forgot about that one. It was kind of like a tie-in to the Energy Fairy. But yeah, it is here that we finally put a close to the Ultra Dracolich side of our story. And it is where things began to start on Sundays. Role-Playing Unlimited really comes into its own at this point in time. Once we add the Sunday tables, initially there were 4 Sunday tables. We weaned that down to 3 after the Sunday nights were tricky to handle there for people's schedules. So I just combined what we had of the 2 different Sunday night tables into one Sunday night table, and even that's kind of hard to schedule still. But I think almost... Oh, this is the wrong crew. Here we go. So yeah, this is our character lineup here for Sunday G1. And their adventures began rather straightforward. Yes, indeed, Aldwin. Aldwin in the house. G1 is... Here we go, the Guild Hall. And I think I cleaned all this up. Oh, wow. It's like all cleaned up. How about this one? That's the wrong one. Huh. I guess it was this one. But yeah, everything is cleaned up, including the character tokens. I don't know why they would be gone. But this is a map that we spent many sessions at. The initial plot for Sunday G1, each of the characters, whether they were connected or individual, they were summoned by a letter informing them that this new guild hall was opening and that capable adventurers were needed to live at the hall and also tend to any work in the area. So our party arrived here to find the place had been completely ravaged. Goblins had intruded upon the place. There were these fire bats that had scorched numerous sections. And there was an owlbear that was just running rampant inside of the central hall here. And our party, I think with the exception of one player, maybe two, had not played D&D before. So we started off very, very slow, doing a lot of introduction to system mechanics, getting into kind of what character archetypes they wanted to portray, while at the same time trying to finish off all these goblins, the fire bats, and of course, with the D&D movie having recently been released at this time, everybody was gaga over this owlbear, and they all did their best to protect it, befriend it. They eventually did, and it became a companion of the party for a good number of adventures. It was attached to one character specifically, so when she left the party to take a break for a while, the owlbear went with her. But we will see some evidence of that owlbear on the Red Hold map when we get to it. Of further interest, there was the the infamous flesh carpet set out here in this this open garden area, a necromantic experiment by a druid of all things, a druid who happened to be one of many variants of IG. She was not upset with the characters for having disturbed her flesh carpet. When the characters interacted with it, it spawned these plague zombies that attached leeches to them when they would get hit, and those leeches would further drain their hit points every round. So it was a really, really nasty combat there for starting level characters. But one of our characters, played by Sarah, was very, very interested in this flesh carpet here. And she and Mandy Sue alike, they were both very persistent in asking IG, what is this? What is the purpose of this experiment? Why did these zombies come out of it? Is there some way we can learn this? Can we make use of it? Which was certainly not anything I expected when I put in what was basically just meant to be a zombie trap, is how I looked at it when I first brought it in. I was like, yeah, it'll be a cool little weird surface out there that when they investigate, it'll spring another encounter. I mean, because that's what it's all about. Just keep the action rolling. Faster and more intense. But this is where we get our first look at the Mistress IG Aurelie, as after some discussion and persuasion checks, the party has convinced the druid IG to impart some knowledge. Maybe not magical knowledge, but some of what she knows. And we barely scratched the surface of that before the Mistress IG Aurelie appears out of nowhere through a portal, eyes her druidic counterpart, kills her with a word. The word or words were part of a wish spell. And then the druid, of course, falls dead. Actually, I believe she was just erased from existence entirely. There was no body to even try to resurrect, or knowing G1 try to loot. But that left the party in a stare down with the mistress for a moment before she too vanished right out the portal from whence she came. And it was at that point that our party, it was actually a bit before that, but over here in the outhouse, the party met a hippie gnome who was getting down with some 420. And unfortunately, he met his end by one of the plague zombies out here very quickly after they met him. But they did engage in dialogue with him long enough to realize that the reason they had been invited here was that inside of this treasure room right here, there is a tablet mounted to the wall that when the proper incantations are read, this guild hall can exist on Enemir's moon of Isilia at a predetermined location. So it's like a teleporting house, essentially. And the party was told that there was need for them on the moon of Isilia. So after a bit more role-playing, that is exactly where they found themselves. Much of this map shaded from their view. We did catch a little bit of it for Tuesday night. But this is where we have made our home here in G1 ever since. We began over here at Bleak Rock, which also has its own map. Township of Bleak Rock, population 14. Oh wait, that's Tremors. Very, very Old West location here, and our first little glimpse. You'll see him hiding everywhere on like every map. Eventually, we get there. There's always a fucking nihilist just chilling out somewhere. Because once the foreshadowing came in, it started to plug into all of our characters, whether they were part of the foreshadowing or not. His presence was manifest enough that every powerful character who would eventually come to engage him in the future all began to get a premonition. Yes, indeed, this is where we met Aldwin's character. We spent a bit of time here at Bleak Rock. Mostly RP, but we did do some mercantile as well. And this is where Sarah's character wandered into the cemetery and met up with Zastam, who became her warlock patron. And then she was gone for a number of sessions, brought in a new character almost immediately to replace that, right over here. In fact, the good old pot-smoking turtle Belial. And this is also when we got our two new friends right here, Aldwin and Ansel. They both came in together out of the mercantile. Saw some interesting goings on over here at the cemetery and linked up with our party for the trip into the Red Hold, where we proceeded to spend the next many, many, many sessions. The party finally got the full-scale look of this dungeon after they completed it, after their last session. This has been a long time coming. Some of the monsters, some of the items to be found within, adjusted, of course, by the purpose of the party that are here. But this map has existed since 2019. I built this map piecemeal with a bunch of different parts. It's definitely one of the larger maps that any of our tables have gone through. It was not always meant to be a forge. That was a detail that was added in specifically for this part of the campaign. So all of these add a red gem, that stuff was added in for this particular section. But we began here. There were, I believe they were called Ember Squirrels inside of this first section. In addition to one monster survived the party's trek through here. One of the cobble swarms, they're called. Essentially, they are like mimics, but they're floor. So you could just be walking, and all of a sudden the floor just starts coming alive under you, threatens to knock you over. I made it a little extra nasty by having these hidden pit traps, and then the things would like erupt next to you, knock you over, and then like push you into the pit. And because you were prone, you were at disadvantage on your save. So we had a lot of fun with that, but one cobble swarm survived the encounter and stayed hidden and opted not to re-engage the party for a third time. That cobblestone is contemplating life, right? It's also waiting for a long rest. It's got like 6 hit points left, it looks like. All the little decorations here for what treasure can be found in what section. This is definitely one of the more detailed maps that I've had, but I've also had it in my collection for a long time. For Justin and other longtime members of Roleplaying Unlimited, we were going to make the Isilia campaign using the Final Fantasy 3rd or 4th edition rule set, which I believe only exists online. There are no physical copies of it. It is wildly complex. It's one that I actually went to the lengths. 3rd edition, yeah. I went to the lengths of actually getting it printed out because I was that determined that we were going to play all this. I mean, this is a very, very in-depth set of rules. And that was kind of how I wanted to differentiate Isilia from Enemir. Can it evolve into Cobblefloor? Right? Yes, it can. So this map was built specifically with the Final Fantasy campaign system in mind. And eventually, after trying to poke at that for a number of months and not really feeling much interest from the party on that, I began what I call RUT, the Roleplaying Unlimited tabletop system. I'm not going to say it's an abandoned project, but it has likewise been at least 2 years plus since we've touched on it. And the primary focus that I wanted to achieve with it is a simultaneous combat experience. Like, everything is declared at once, everything is resolved at once. It's not a 6-second round that takes 45 minutes to resolve, with each person taking a 5-minute, 1.2 millisecond turn. But the logistics of trying to put all that stuff into a hopper and have it all resolve in a way that really makes sense and isn't too simplified is something I still have trouble with. We played it a bit here and there, and we had some success in some respects with it, but there's definitely some open, gaping holes in the system. But that was intentional, too. I wanted to kind of just create the bare bones of the system, and then as players got more comfortable in game and they were like, well, can I do something like this? Yes, you can. Let's discuss how mechanically that would work, is how I wanted to design the game. But there's a reason playtesting takes a long, long time, I would say, and we scratched the surface of that, and Roleplaying Unlimited could very well be the same 4 or 5 guys right now playtesting that system as opposed to the open table Coalescence experience that we have now if I had stuck with this. But nevertheless, this map sat around for a long time in my inventory before finally being dedicated to Sunday G1, so you can believe it was with a lot of glee that I finally dropped some playable tokens into this area and watched you guys wander through, finally discovering the purpose of the forge here with these 2 tomes. Central forge area down here. I believe all monsters have been erased from this map because just the size of the map itself makes it bog. Oh, yep, here's one of the traps that is intact here somehow. Thought we had frozen all of those. I might have accidentally clicked it while I was scrolling through. But yeah, we had many encounters with automatons, with a horde mimic, was in this room right here. They thought they had struck pay dirt and found the best treasure trove to date, only to find out that it was a living creature who had no treasure whatsoever. Here's Mandy Sue's character and our owlbear, so this would be about when she left us. Made it a fair way through the dungeon. I want to say she played at least like 8 or 10 sessions with us. Might be back for another campaign later on down the line. Ball-bearing golems, yep, there were a number of those. There were scroll mummies. Instead of normal wrappings, they were wrapped in magical scrolls that they could cast from to attack their opponents. Yep. It's a very quick recap when you look at it all in one set here, but G1 spent at least 10 sessions running through here, clearing this place out. So definitely a sense of accomplishment, hopefully on the player base side right there, because it was a lot of fun finally playing this out and seeing it resolve the way it did over here. This is the only section of the map that is intact from as it was. This is where we finished off the red dragon. And Nihilus made his final appearance at one of our tables before the demon dragon trapped him inside of a demiplane. Whew! Oh yeah, a lot of dialogue. Oh, and then there's also Mistress Aiji, who showed up to congratulate the G1 party for successfully clearing out the red hold, opening up the adamantium, mysium, beskar, whatever we want to call it this week. Opening those mines for all the party to take advantage of. Meridian was likewise here as a fly on the wall, and serving your community since 2023, as he has been apt to do. And that kind of covers everything for G1. Actually, I mean it's there's a lot of finer details as far as like party interaction, mistrust among the party. Some players are very prone to appropriating equipment and not sharing it with the party. And there have been a few discussions about that. Definite big ups to Steven, aka Sarge, for his character Reeve. He does a fantastic job with that character. Likewise to Johnny Sly here with us in chat. Aldwin has been a fun character to watch here in our Sunday G1 table. I think you were not here a little while ago when Johnzer's name came up and we were talking about his potential foreshadowing in Coalescence episodes 4, 5, and 6 pertaining to a galactic undead invasion, the likes of which have never been seen before. But that is still future parties' problems. That bloodshed weapon seems to be a popular one among our parties. I thought it was a cool one to drop in here, and I think at least 2 other characters have discovered that and purposely bought one of their own. Perhaps the coolest item that has not really seen the light of day. Engelbert took that and stuffed it right into her robes. And, I mean, if you know Dragonlance and you know what an Orb of Dragonkind is, holy shit. So yeah, we got some that plate mail of force resistance, some handy stuff that I believe was sold back to Meridian a short while after it was appropriated. But we go over to G3, and they began one Sunday after Sunday G1. with the following lineup that we see here. Of course, this is our current lineup. This is not necessarily what we began with, but it is definitely one of our more interestingly balanced parties. Challenge. Okay. It's one of our more interestingly balanced parties in that it has 4 guys and 4 girls, and that's something I've never experienced before at a tabletop. I mean, usually the average I would say would be 7 guys and 1 girl, if that. So it's truly an amazing part of our community right now that we have so many parties that are mixed, and that we have so many ladies here that are enjoying the experience and are whether they're experienced gamers, whether they're new gamers. I'm actually very just amazed with how many experienced gamers there are also who've joined our community, because it's still kind of a new thing for me. I know 5e has been out for like 10 years, and that's kind of what sparked a more collective interest in the hobby for everybody. But for somebody who's played 35 years like I have, it's still just so cool to see so many players who would have never gotten into this hobby before joining up, not only joining up, but driving tables. So Connie, Sarah Nicole, Ari, just the 4 that we have at this table, just fantastic all around. I look forward to hopefully playing with all of you many, many more sessions in the future. But as far as your opening here, this likewise to G1, we had a lot of new players who had not been into the hobby before. So a big part of the goal here was to ease them into it mechanically, the comfort level, because I know a lot of it can be overwhelming. The in-game, the out-of-game, the mechanics, the immersion, the breaking of immersion. So this was very much an intentional attempt to go as slow as friggin' possible here. And oh man, I wonder if we even have them here still. I mean, they've got to be here, but rainy, massacred, lights, haunted, fountains, empties. The dude's name was Grumbo. He had a farm. Briscoe Mines, yep, Canyon Encounter. Oh yeah, I remember the Canyon Encounter. That was a G1. Kind of skimmed over that, but there was an outside encounter with some stuff. Yo, Sarge, what's up? I was just singing your praises for a great job that you do with Reeve there in G1 a few minutes ago. Good to see you there, brother. I don't see how it could be. Did I used to have G1, G2, and then G3, G4? Maybe. Let's check it. It's the only thing I can think of. I mean, look at this right here. Does that not just sound like it's right up our alley? I should maybe pick that up. Oh, wait. Dun, 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 dun. You didn't miss it. I just told you again, brother, so double love. We have the Vecna Eye of Ruin. Picked that up a few weeks ago. So a little foreshadowing of some of what we might expect to find in our episode 4, 5, and 6. Just like this Chains of Asmodeus, it's an entire module in and of itself, but I'm just kind of hand-picking, cherry-picking pieces of it, if you will, for our Wednesday table. because it fits perfectly. It's an adventure through the 9 hells. It's not to recover an energy fairy that a fiend lord so brutally murdered in front of you, but that's the kind of stuff that you just kind of tweak around, and a lot of cool stuff to be found in there. But we'll cover that when we come back to Wednesday stuff. We're talking Sunday right now. It's got to be, I guess, this one, G24. This used to be G2, G4, hence G24. Okay. Yeah, can tell I have not been on these pages for a while as consistently, so they take a little bit to load. That was initial part of the G2 plot right here. This by no means represents what I intended for them to get, but when we come to G2, they spent most of their entire campaign playing on an illithid nautiloid, which we'll again cover that earlier, but this was just kind of meant to be like their little token for we have a ship on our starting page kind of thing. But yeah, where's my maps? Oh yeah, Lajwa's lair. Well, that's not going to do us any good now. Lajwa's hideout. Oh, I'm gonna have to rebrand those. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Done got killed by Johnzerbert. Ingelser. Archived. Come on, Grumbo. There we go. Grumbo's farm. Meridian crash site. Tavern, first floor. Oh man, I think so. Sandy Valley. G4, outside. You can tell how much I wanted to use these sewer maps. These sewer maps got imported to every page because I was like, I'm going to use these, damn it. I've had them since almost I started on Roll20. So I'm glad that Thursday Crew finally got to adventure a bit in those. Not sure how the... oh, that's why that ended up here, the Ultra Dracolich battle, because G4 picked up from that. Yep. The Zastam portal. Okay, so I think that might be everything. Yep, here we are. This was our G3 early stomping grounds. Just this ramshackle tavern out in the Utheri wilderness. Utheri is a country on the southern desert continent of Enemir. And our characters were all very, very poor, down on their luck, looking for work. And can already see that most of the crew here stuck around for a good chunk of our adventure. I'm not sure where Steven's character is, unless he's like sitting underneath somebody here. I don't know who the hell this is. Cyrano's too cool to sit with everybody. But yeah, this is where we got our first mission here for... oh, that's right. You didn't come into G3 until later on. That's what it was. I invited you in after you had been with G1 for a while and we had the opening. That's what it was. I remember. So, Grumbo's farm. This is where we spent our first 2 sessions. This is about as basic as it gets. There's a farmer, and there's a livestock competition coming up soon in a nearby town, and there's some creature that has been hunting his livestock. So the party stakes out over the course of a couple nights, and they discover it to be this alien creature that can polymorph itself into different creatures, essentially with the purpose of stalking them in a more natural form. And we can see the remains of that creature right here. It's this weird wolf cow thing in the middle of a shape change. Yeah, where was Rogue? I don't see a few of the characters here on this map. Connie is ghosted because she's missed the session, seemingly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, Amaya. I remember you. Like I said, I spend at least an hour with everybody who joins Roleplaying Unlimited, whether they stick around or anything, because there's just the general meet and greet, the process of kind of feeling them out, them feeling me out, them joining the community, seeing the community standards if they want to stick around. But yeah, there's always that's the wrong way to begin that sentence. I don't forget anybody who has joined Roleplaying Unlimited. Each of you is a part in my mind, one way or the other. Oh, sheep. That's what, or goats. I was like, what the hell are these things? Yeah, those are the animals after they were let out of the pen. I pray you always feel that way, dude. Because I know a lot of people have likened our home to that, and that hits me in the best of ways, and then also in the worst of ways when it just ends abruptly, you know. But I think that's the nature of any relationship. Sometimes it just ends. But yeah, this was our first mission here with G3. Sandy Valley would have been our second mission here. They were hired to accompany a caravan across the deserts of Utheri, and the camels were scared away by a blue dragon that was just kind of casually passing overhead. Didn't have any interest whatsoever in the caravan. But all of a sudden, the camels are flying everywhere. The fucking wagons are toppling over, and the caravan master told the characters to head into this little valley right here to recover them. These are unfortunately not the camels. They belong to this NPC right here, but she did testify that, oh yeah, I saw your camels run further into the valley. Whereupon we had encounter with some vultures. One of them was a giant vulture. And then a pair of golems that I think they were called ooze golems, but they were basically like just perfectly disguised in the dirt. So we can see here the combat. Our characters went through here to rescue our camels from this. We see one camel was killed off, or not killed, but injured to the point of unconsciousness. And then we had a bit of time afterwards looting, I believe, the vulture nest up here, as well as the statue that had a gem wedged into it. Up there's Bakiaka. Good old Baki. Ah, very cool, Sarge. And from this mission is just in complete transparency, just like I was talking about at the start of the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and the Thursday, original Thursday campaign. There was not any grand plan of like linking things together or tying the Sunday tables into the larger campaign when I first started. They were entirely intended to be new players, once again, just like we started off with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but to be its own campaign. And it was after these first two missions, there were a few comments from some of the players involved in the party of how they didn't feel this table was lining up with the other tables I was running. Like, this table is cool, this table's kind of bland, we're just saving goats from a weird alien wolf, and rounding up camels in the desert, and we've got these other parties that are going through these massive epic adventures, fighting Dracoliches and what have you. So, all right, all right. So, with that is where we get to the crash site. And this is where the Sunday tables officially tie in to the Coalescence. G3 is the first one. Low-level play is still low-level play, definitely. But by the same token, our Tuesday crew, they were still pretty low-level when they were fighting that Dracolich. So I definitely hear all sides of it, and I try to take feedback with good grace and adjust accordingly, specifically if such feedback is delivered in a polite fashion. But this is where... yeah, that's right. I remember that because Mass got knocked out and you drug him back. This is very weird. Yeah, why is your token like not anywhere? Is it because we changed the token? But shouldn't the old one still be here? Cause yeah, you would have been like right over here or something. This is bullshit. Oh, and I'm on the wrong map. I can't even bring you over here anyway. That might be why. No, that still doesn't explain it. Yeah, Roll20 is just being weird, but I don't have those character sheets on this table. But I used to, because this used to be the G3, G4 table. But yeah, if you recall, Monday table, they were the ones who directly experienced this. They were on the same planet as this when it went down. The Dragon Lotus was shot down by Zastam, and or no, not by Zastam, but by the Urlajwo. Urlajwo was in command of the Illithid Nautiloid fleet that ambushed the Dragon Lotus and caused it to crash. And this escape pod containing Meridian and a couple other NPCs landed in this area, and our G3 group was tasked with recovering, even resurrecting Meridian, because Meridian had been killed in the crash. So G3 arrived at this site, successfully revived Meridian, and at the same time, the long tentacle reach of Urlajwo via his other Illithid companions sent these Grimlocks to attack our party here at this site. And yeah, like Rog was saying there, Mass was attacked, captured, and drug almost back to one of these sites that the Grimlocks had come from. But Rog fortunately rescued him from that fate. Also, that Mass could insult another Illithid later on down the line and get power word killed. Da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. So yeah, this officially ties our G3 party into the Coalescence. G1 kind of had a bit more discreet addition to the Coalescence. It was kind of like while they were traveling from one Wild West town to another, there was a passing mention of a TAC X recruiter, and Reeve was the only one who signed up. It really wasn't until we made it a fair way through the Red Hold that talk of any kind of allegiance came up, and at that point, people started questioning, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? And then people started making decisions along that line, whether it was one side or the other side or no side. But for G3, it was definitely more of an intentional assignment. You guys have just finished helping this this merchant with her caravan, her missing camels, and this guy Bakayako was in the next town and was just, man, my ship has crashed, and if any of you are capable of casting this spell, we've got somebody who's dead, and we really need him back. So that's what brought our party here to this site. And G3 had the distinction of being the first table to get to see the judicial. This has all been cleaned up now, although I still find evidence of it on other tables. The Beholder battle. That was our first experience here aboard the Judicial. Our party signed on with TAC X. Were paid. And no sooner had they had their first long rest than there was an alarm klaxon from the docking bay, and a beholder and some other undead beholders had made their way into the docking bay and were attacking everyone, killing everyone. And our party saved the day, effectively. The G3 party, more so than any of the NPC security personnel aboard the ship, prevented that undead beholder outbreak from spreading past the docking bay level. That took us a good few sessions, and after which I believe our next mission was the Migo Station. But that is not going to be here. That would be after we did the table merge. Is he still trying to move the ship in the hangar? I think he is, dude. I think he is. Except it's his spirit. His spirit has made his way back here because it's like, you know, the ghost has the unresolved. So, I will move this ship. Alright, where? Yes, Miko Station. Perfect. Yeah, we are covering some ground here now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's where we're going to see some of what we left behind. There was almost something in every room that we did not go into. The only room that any of us went into was the one at the very end, and that was Sarah. Platinum scarf, 500 platinum coins, and the fucking tank itself. Oh, the physical manifestation of Janzor. Nice. Oh yeah, this was hell. Because kind of like the Monday party, when the mission parameters were laid out, it was very much a we're not trying to kill everything in here. We're not trying to clear the field of hostiles so much as trying to get through here alive. And this section was abandoned in a hurry, so there's probably some valuables sitting around, like a chest with 500 platinum, a chest with 1,000 gold, 4 plus 2 daggers, a sandstone iron stone, an extra dimensional storage crate. I think that's everything. So it's not like the most epic gear or anything was left behind, but a few thousand gold, a valuable iron stone, plus 2 daggers could always be useful for just some random ranged attacks kind of things. But yeah, we definitely had our work cut out for us here in this room with all of the organic growth. And the fireball spell right from the beginning set us off a bit behind. Especially since there was a gas leak in this room Not necessarily a gas leak, but the concussive impact from the fireball after the effect uh, basically broke the gas line, and then that allowed the fire to continue spreading. But we did eventually make it through. Unfortunately, Dr. Noor, aka Mega Karen, we can see she made it right to the fucking airlock door before she was killed off. And the only reason we couldn't open the airlock door to get her back aboard the Gauntlet was because we weren't all inside the airlock. This door right here ain't going to open unless this door is sealed. It's just basic airlock rules. So, unfortunately, she did perish, but the rest of the party made it through. And it's at this point, I mean, just like every other table, usually after our handful of sessions are complete, we've got our solid crew. We've got our friends who wanna be here with each other, who wanna enjoy the game, see where the story's going, help guide the story where it's going, and that is our Miko station completion. Whereas G1 had their mega dungeon, G3 definitely had a lot more individual encounters bouncing back and forth, including the Illithid Casino. This is where we spent a good few sessions here. Surely Rog has got to be on this map. Wow, I don't see him. How is this possible? This is even the right page. Oh, and you can see all my little notes here. Mating season. We did have a kidnapping over here, but nobody investigated. We had a little secret mission exchange going on right here with the James Bond dude. We got this tiefling here who was looking for action. We did kind of pull on that one. And there is Dr. Whoopass, forever contained inside the golden cube here inside the casino. Our Dragonborn are looking to eat somebody. They're looking for somebody. This guy was looking for an elf to deliver a package, and Viessa bit on that. Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, there's good old Cheval all the way over here. Yep, we did have a brief sighting of Count Strahd von Zarevich. That's not something you see every day, especially outside of Barovia. Yes, you did. Got a succubus hiding out here. Somebody's following an old family mystery involving murder and theft. So, some slavers, half-giant noble, depending on what y'all wanted to pull, what threads you wanted to pull on here. I had a multitude of ideas, just kind of like, we could do a number of things, so we'll see where it goes. Ultimately, this was resolved with Cheval giving your group the location of the donjon, which would be your next destination, and the most recent one that we played here with Sunday G3. Weird face. Well, let's look at what could have been. Had we completed the Astral Maze and actually made it into the Sphere of the Donjon, this is the official Book of Many More Things map. Some of it kept the same, some of it customized for our nature. We have here the imprisonment pods, which, as predicted by one of our players, would have been prisoners encased in carbonite. And you can see some of their tokens just kind of here in the backdrop. I know it's zoomed out pretty far, but But yeah, some characters who might have been of use to us. Some of them in this area were just commoners. Some bit of lore. At one point, there was an Umber Hulk that was imprisoned in here, and it broke itself out even from the carbonite. Oh yeah, I think there's like a small kraken or something trapped in this one. Like they couldn't fit it inside of the normal stasis area, so they have it like inside this pool. And when I say they, I am talking about the automated defense systems. Fire elementals are only here keeping this forge hot. They're not really here for defense. It's more of a utility purpose. And all of these things are the detention drones, the helmed horrors, the animated armors, and the quadrones. That's why you can't be a DM, too many threads at one time. Yeah, it's one thing that helps me sort my ADHD is having one thing in my life that I feel like I have some control over. And yeah, it works for me. There's a Remores here, if you're familiar with one of those. I believe it's a type of fiend that has escaped. There's a trapped bone naga. Some of these things are in actual cells. There's myconids that are trapped inside of cells, but they don't really think that they're imprisoned. They just think this is their home. All the drones located in their one section here, and looky who's right there. I mean, there's the Donjon King, and there's Nihilus. So this is what we would have encountered had we gone the route of actually making it into the donjon. But as time was running short, and I didn't want us to get too frustrated out of game, spending session after session after session in this frickin' maze. I mean, we made it through the first area here pretty quickly enough. Thankfully, the suspicion that had we just stuck with the original plan, it would have led to the exit was a falsity. Diego did turn around in time before he came to this kind of dead end right here, or any of the actual dead ends before it. Of course, all of your notes here to help keep you all going in the right direction. Some of this is the path that we took, some of it is not. We definitely ignored most of this section right here on the right side in favor of the animated rope across the chasm right here. And only a short way away from that is where we found the next area, which is where we finally began the Nihilus encounter. Not necessarily Nihilus, but his breath drinkers. And those were a sufficient challenge in and of themselves. But it was at that point, once I realized like how many sessions we had left to play and how far we had progressed, is when I started in with the glitchy path right here to hopefully help guide you guys a little bit quicker. And then once it became clear that there was no way we were going to make it through the maze and into the donjon, that's when I just kind of resolved that combat inside the donjon. And of course, Donjon King is going to try and get the hell out of there, which unfortunately is, whoops, that's the wrong map, is made extra difficult by the fact that his ship is done blowed up right here. Somebody tried to escape in it and smashed right into the side of the damn asteroid. So his options are slim to none. Thus it is that he flees into the maze and gets himself killed. I must have deleted his token, but I believe it was like inside this room? where it happened. And then after that is when Nihilists began to chase your team down. And we had a bit of controlled chaos and more than a few tense moments out of game here, with the bag of beans being erupted, the statues throwing insults, the too many tokens in one place at the same time. And it's unfortunate that for a few of us, that is our last impression of the G3 table. But we've had many amazing sessions before this one. I think the maze was a lot of fun in its own way. I realize the closing moments of the last session were not to everybody's taste, but that's kind of how it goes sometimes. And we will... Hey, look, yeah, Rog is finally here. So we will finally be progressing forward with the G3 table here and the G1 table, as I tagged all of you in the server yesterday. It's going to be a crossover event. So if you're already playing both Sundays, fantastic. Only difference for you is that you're going to be playing both characters in the same session. If you're only playing in one, you're welcome to join us in the other. It is going to mean a larger table if everybody shows up. I mean, we might have 10, 11 players, but we're not going to have like a big tactical map like this. It's going to be a lot more theater of the mind, a lot more role play, a lot more interaction. So a larger party in that sense will hopefully benefit us more than it will hinder us. But we are all going to be on the same general quest with Sunday G1 and G3 when we do return to it. And speaking of returning to it, it is 2 hours now since my last break, and still feeling like we're going to carry this on a bit longer, so maybe even all the way to the end. I think that's going to be the goal now. We've come this far. Might take another hour or so to recap what else we have in play here, but I'm going to step away here for a few minutes, and I will catch you all shortly. Thank you so much, friends. Feel free to shoot your question. I'll shoot you a text here in response while I step outside and have a smoke. We'll catch you shortly, friends. Are you with us? Well, shall we continue? Oh, I don't know. Well, thank you, thank you. Just checking our home base. Seeing if any positive developments. All is stable. Okie dokie. Well. So that's Sunday G1 and Sunday G3. Up next we have G2 and G4. And by extension, G24. Kind of thinking I might run into the same issue here now that I think of it. Oh, wait, maybe not. Yes. Unless they're here. Drat. They're not. Alright. Back to where we were. Uh-oh, what's Johnny B doing here? He's lingering, he's lurking. Alright, sure they're in here. Archives. There it is, Archivist Sanctum. Astral Sea. That might be everything. Sweet. Yes, alright. So G2. Now I'm losing track. I guess this will tell me. Yeah, this was G2. So this was their opening adventure here at the Archivist Sanctum, where they were tasked initially with resolving a plague that had outbroken there at the library, and it turned out that the plague was the result of an ethereal plague. So choosing side, we can see here how this map set itself up for adventures on the material plane as well as the ethereal, whether you wanted to make the ethereal pink or black and white. I preferred pink, but that was kind of effing with some of our players' visual. So we opted with black and white for any of our ethereal adventures here. That was the title initially of G2, Ethereal Environs, and the entire campaign was intended to be this pre-purchased module that it takes place entirely here at the Sanctum, with the occasional voyage into the ethereal plane and then back to the Sanctum. We ended up pivoting from that at the same time as I made the adjustment to include the Sunday morning tables into the Coalescence fold. The same thing ended up happening with the Sunday evening tables. Let's incorporate them into the larger fold. And after a couple of adventures in the ethereal plane, we had a breach between the ethereal and the astral plane that sucked our characters into the vicinity of this nautiloid. Spoke about that a bit earlier. This was eventually intended to be the player's vessel. It was not initially planned to be a nautiloid. It was just going to be a regular sailing vessel for after their completion of the ethereal environs. I was going to do a bit of a sailing story arc, but we pivoted into this instead, which unfortunately Parker, hey, look at that, look who's lingering. Parker unfortunately did not like the look of the brain engine, and she attacked it several times, or twice at least I should say. And when the decision came to merge G2 and G4, that was our plot device that caused the demise of the G2 nautiloid, causing it to crash into the field of play with the world engine. I think that's a sufficient recap for G2. I don't know that there's a single player aside from Parker left from that table, and her character unfortunately died before the crash. She was taken captive by the Illithids operating the ship, and she was killed. So that gets us back here. Let's see what I have. Oh yeah, this was another unused map here. I doubt it'll see the light of day since the Sphere of Annihilation quest is largely over, but I did buy this dungeon months back that had something that I felt fit the Sphere of Annihilation story angle that we were going for, but when G2 and G4 kind of became defunct, a couple storylines ended up being abandoned, and the G4 ongoing storyline became the primary focus, primarily because more players were still around from G4. Entrance hall. That was it. Yes, the Deep King domain. That's how we began. Right. Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. Wow. I forgot all about this map. This was the very first G3 map right here. Or I'm sorry, G4 map. And that is correct. Yes, this is the donjon. These are the pods that the channelers pods that our G4 group was inside of. Oh gosh, I'm not even sure about those details now, or at least the order of events. I do know that G4 did this mission right here at the Deep King's domain at level 11. This is what their channelers pods boosted them to. Yeah, that makes sense. Looking at the characters as they are here, they were level 11. We've got another tie-in to the Sphere of Annihilation quest here. But yes, this was the G4 group was tasked to the donjon where the only known channelers pods were located. They were placed into the pods of their own volition, whereupon Once activating the necessary features, they were brought to this place where they were to kill the Dread King. The Dread King apparently had some kind of alliance with Sararak, who our Tuesday crew at this point was in a epic confrontation against. Also of note, the Sphere of Annihilation with the final battle there with Sararak. But our G4 crew opted not to F around with this. They kind of got close to it, rolled a couple checks, and decided, yeah, this is not something we want to be a part of. So after the mission was over, they were actually forcefully ejected from the Channeler's pods when their presence was discovered, largely due to the unintentional arrival of the original Thursday Star Wars What If crew. They were hyperspace jumping from random location to random location, and they ended up at the donjon and crashed into the section of it where the Channeler's pods were. The G4 crew, now back to level 1 and in the real world, hurriedly made their way out of this location, and I forget in what context they were assisted by the fairy version of Aiji, but she is here in that respect, and as I recall, she did help guide them to the YT-2400. That was the ship for the Thursday night crew, and from there is how our group came to be at the, it's got to be, yep. Yeah, we had Thursday, Sunday G4, and Tuesday night crew all at this location at the same time. The only difference is the G4 crew was arriving after this was all over. So they're kind of watching a battle that's already taken place, but they're looking at this as their level 1 characters. And just like, yeah, this is not anything that we want to get involved with. And beyond that, Aiji was guiding them in this direction, telling them that this is not something they need to worry about. Their true objective lies over here. And that leads us to this location, where Zastam was heralding an army of zombies through a portal that resembled a massive crystal. This crystal also happened to be the new phylactery for the Dracolich that was being fought a few miles away downfield. So our G4 crew, as we were discussing earlier, helped the Tuesday crew finally put an end to the Dracolich battle that was going on there. Unfortunately, we did lose some of our characters in the battle here. Some of our NPC Ubiquity leaders as well, including a version of Callus. This is another character who we are discovering is present in multiple forms in the galaxy. I think his character was just completely wiped off the map because he was wished to not exist anymore. But following this quest, our group was picked up the steampunk airship. I'm hoping that's right here. Callus's Crippler. Nope. Don't have the map for that here. There it is. Here was the dedicated Sunday G4 ship. And after the events that took place with Zastam, the Ubiquity Council of this particular arm was spent. They had used all their power just keeping afloat, essentially, for the longest time. And they were no longer going to be able to continue the Ubiquity work. So they tasked the G4 crew with traveling to the Ubiquity homeworld in hopes that their experiences so far, limited as they were, would be sufficient to find a way to save this broken homeland in ways that they could not. And this map is definitely set at the very beginning of the conflict. Not seeing any of the player characters here aside from oh, looks like they're all in the same spot. So this was probably like the very first set of the map. But yeah, once we got here, our objective, every character was instinctively drawn to this clockwork break in the earth, whereupon once they attuned to that site, they were brought into the world engine, discovering that this world is perhaps not as natural as they were given to believe. They faced many automated defensive systems here. This map was not the largest one I built, but definitely had the most animated effects present on it, and when it was all together as one piece, it crashed all of our players' systems. So it was a bit of a struggle there going forward to get this all rebuilt, separated into a usable format, relighting each individual section. And of course they're rushing through here, trying to find some means of escape that they sense is ahead of them, but they don't quite know how or why until they get to this area and find this portal and another version of Callus. This one perhaps with a bit more power than the previous one that we saw. But Nihilus was likewise drawn to this site, thus completing his interaction with every table that we have here, except for Monday night for some reason. Our characters, seeing firsthand the power of Nihilus and not wanting any part of that, rapidly dove into that portal where they found themselves at this site here, out in the unknown regions where the decaying bodies of, or body, it's hard to tell. It looks like one, but it definitely looks like there are more pieces than just for one. This large site, I mean, all of our characters were basically on one square here, such was the scale. They were picked up by a Core Worlds salvage team and brought back to the Core Worlds, where if you saw what was happening, some of what was happening during our break here in our home base server, G24 now at this point, the survivors of G2 who crashed at that clockwork break, and the survivors of G4 who combined to complete the world engine. That is how they were finally officially brought into the fold of the rest of the TACX and Ministry teams. Some of them have not joined, some of them have not been asked to join, but I think that's more a focus on the Nihilus issue than a not wanting to actively seek new recruits kind of thing. But that is how our G2, G4, and G24 groups all came to be and all came to coalesce into this campaign. And that concludes entirely our Sunday tables. So we are getting closer here, friends, closer to wrapping up. I think we're going to do Wednesday up next here. So Wednesday got a different task. Once they were done with their mega dungeon. Definitely already did Wednesday. I mean the next section of Wednesday. And this was an interesting experience, to say the least. Our party arrived here at this opulent dwarven manor on the moon of Asilia, where the dwarf lord Rathmir was celebrating his birthday. Our party was able to infiltrate this party rather easily and capture the dwarf and make away without really so much as a fuss. It was almost entirely an RP session with only the briefest mechanical interactions before the dwarf lord pulled an ace from his sleeve, literally, in the form of the Fates card from the deck of many things. He had that was part of his reputation and renown, is that part of how he had gained all of these riches were lucky draws from the deck. And lo and behold, he had drawn a Fates card some time ago and decided to use its effects now to avoid what had happened to him, combined with a wish that he was also granted from the cards. He simulated a time reversal effect, basically, to give himself a few extra hours to prepare himself accordingly. No longer was there to be a birthday party, but instead a full-fledged defense for the characters who were most definitely here to capture him. So that's why we see a massive battle here with a lot of golems, a lot of drones, and we got very close at one point. We talked about this at great length when the rest of the party had fled and Crumb was in here by himself, and Lord Rathmir was fumbling around with the levers and the dials in here to activate the hidden spiral staircase to the basement level. So close to capturing him and avoiding having to fight all of these things, because most of the party fled and then some of them came back and helped finish everything off, and then with all the drones gone, we took our time looking through the manor before finally discovering the secret passageway right here. Of course, the second floor was also thoroughly explored. This is Rathmir's private chamber where we captured him the first time around, and where I think people naturally assumed he was going to go the second time, but no sign of him anywhere. We had these origami golems who were naturally vulnerable to fire, but pretty nasty offensively. And then here is our spiral staircase with the gas cloud that filled this entire section. I had a further level of deviousness here, as you can see by the crushing wall traps on the other side. Don discovered that the hard way when he figured, I'll just escape the poisonous glass and poisonous gas, teleport to the other side of the portcullis here, and just attack through the bars. And as soon as he did there, the motion sensor started he got crushed, and he was not too happy about that. We also had two of the most lethal varieties of golems here. What is this thing called? The Iron Golem Juggernaut and the Stone Golem Sentinel. Definitely took a bit of time fighting through them. And we also had a... yep, there he is. There's Nihilus. I knew Nihilus had appeared in here at some point. He appeared to attack Rathmir. Rathmir tried to use one of his draws to help him out. I think he started drawing from a different deck, and the deck of many, many things, or a deck of many more things, and unfortunately ended up killing himself in the attempt, or at least knocking himself unconscious, to where recovering him was significantly easier. Fortunately, Nihilus had no interest in sticking around to mess around with the rest of the crew. This is all just kind of explained between tables as whatever it is your table is doing at that moment is what's most important to him. And then sometimes that also works in your favor, as sometimes what another table is doing is more important to him. It's not necessarily always clear what order is are things happening sequentially. But nevertheless, that is how we kind of tie it all together. And following this, our Wednesday crew was sent into the Nine Hells, where, yes, that will warrant a switch to yet another game page. Vengeance. Yep, this is where we will return when we come back to it. Map is taking a second. Yep, there we go. But we have already made our path through the first level of hell here in Avernus, where we linked our campaign to a previous campaign that I had run, the Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, and we took that existing party and had one more adventure for them, tied it into the Wednesday crew, where the Baldur's Gate group could finally resolve the last little lingering bit of story that they had before they could finally retire and be done with this. But for our existing characters here on Wednesday, they still had a ways to go. And as I recall, an emissary of Dis approached the party and essentially was like, Dis is very impressed with what you've done here. As long as you agree to never return to the Nine Hells once your mission is done here, he will give you free passage through his layer of hell. You will also get food and rest. So passage through this area was more or less a hand wave. We did have a bit of RP and some potential for mercantile. Didn't really mess around with that too much. And here at the third level of hell, where we currently find ourselves, they are attempting to make their way through. They have likewise been offered a deal by Mammon, the archfiend of this level, to do battle with and recover a number of treasures that were stolen by the demon lord Baphomet. So our party made a way to take care of this, electing to skip past a couple of encounters here along the River Styx. We saw some weird stuff happening here with this giant marble bowl and these devils that were constantly pushing people that were trying to get out back in. They opted not to mess around with that. This perhaps not the most efficiently run encounter here. Not the best laid out either, I would say, by the game designers. Overall, I'm pleased with this module, but this particular encounter, it's tricky. Essentially, the way it's supposed to go is each of these four horsemen of the apocalypse. I mean, they're each riding on a dinosaur, but it's like a hell variety. Each of them is bragging about their notable deeds and how much better they are than the other of the devils. And their whole objective is to get the party to agree that one of them is better than the other three. And assuming that all goes to plan, the devil who is chosen will leave the field of battle. The other three will become enraged, attack the party. We did not have any of that. It became very much just a verbal back and forth of, well, if you guys need to see who's so great between you, why don't you guys just fight among yourselves? And definite legit counterpoint to that, but when the response is continually that we need you to tell us which of us is mightiest, and the continual response to that is, why don't you just duke it out among yourselves to find out. We are really at an impasse, which is why we immediately progress over here before any more of this lingering scraps of hair here falls out. So this is where our our Wednesday crew is currently engaged in battle with the Demon Lord Baphomet, a specialized variety of Baelor, another very powerful fiend over here who is taken to chasing after Guanve, and the rest of our party engaged in battle right here, except for this fucking schmuck right there. He's a non-entity at this point. Erased from existence. Somebody cast a wish spell. And it was him. Here are the treasure chests that are up for question here. But that is where we will be picking up on June 12th. Our party already in the midst of all this stuff. So we will pick up this combat here and proceed on to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of hell over the next couple sessions here. We can see I already have the fortress battle set here, but I will not spoil the details of that. You can already see some of it, so make of that what you will. So that is 5 down and 3 to go. Monday, this will be somewhat of a quick recap as well, as they have entered their first mega dungeon after the debacle with Colonel Starr. I definitely did not consult the party on what do you guys want to do next. I just said we're going to the fucking Ubiquity Temple. We're going to try to get to the bottom of some of this, and we're going to have a nice massive series of encounters here that's going to take a while for us to make our way through. More details here than we're going to be able to cover. This is still unexplored, and why I have my choice between these two is something you'll have to discover here in the days to come. There's our guy Archidades. Oh damn, I thought he was a Dragonborn. He's a Tiefling. Womp womp. Most of what we've been facing in here have been undead or fiendish or demonic or automated. Automated defenses are something we've seen a lot in a lot of the locations that we have gone to visit. But this section in particular, some of the automated defenses are more of a golem nature than a mechanical one. Oh yeah, the worms who broke into the temple. They are not indigenous to this site and have caused a fair amount of panic. I think this is where we're heading off to next. Over here is the east sector. I don't think we resolved Ubiquity East. I think that's where we're headed off to. I believe west is where we first went after encountering a demonic orc creature who you guys beat the shit out of real quick, and he tucked his tail and ran off in this direction, which we fought the illusion stuff. What? I don't remember. I remember doing all this stuff here for sure. We spent a good couple weeks here. These luck leeches, is that what they were called? Yep. Those things, not the most devastating, but they were kind of nasty. Nice little hidden treasure room here. We got plenty of those. Death Dragon, these swarms were particularly nasty. The crystal swarms, I had a lot of fun with those, or the Grimlet swarm. And otherwise, yeah. Oh, looks like we had a Meridian summoning here. This led to one of the big boss encounters here. after we made our way to the northeast section. Yep, along this long passageway here, this is where we discovered the worms. This is also where we found a deck of many more things, and Kai's character was donjoned away, and who knows just what that means now. We do know that supposedly she's been rescued. Once the donjon was cleared, we just kind of hand-waved that, as our Sunday G3 crew did not actually make it into the donjon to rescue people. Another Meridian summoning right there. Couple lightning traps we were able to get through, or a big one I should say. There's that broken scimitar of Thrones command, another Nihilus ominous sighting, but not an official I'm here. And then yeah, this was our first big boss encounter right here, where we met Archradades. And oh shit, Nihilus actually did show up here, didn't he? Or was that just another tease? I thought he showed up here. No, I think that was a tease. But yeah, our monster is suspiciously absent from this room. I think I just deleted him after you guys killed him and he went down into the chasm. That makes sense. And then, so we did do the east section. I guess we're about to find out here, or get a spoiler. We did... Okay. So yeah, this is where we are. And we've done some of what's in this room. I think this is where we're still in the middle of. Right. Yeah, the illusory countryside, and then we finished off the bitch that was doing that. Otherwise, there's still a bit to explore over here that we just got to peek at. But we'll cover that when we get around to it. Oh yeah, we also had this brief bit here where Theron, as a result of his draw from the deck of many things, he got absconded to the Feywild. So our characters had to go there and get him back. There's his lovable dolphin. Yep, another fuck with Sapphire Nihilus sighting right there. Before we get back to Tuesday, Monday when we return, we'll be picking up in the Ubiquity Temple once we finish the Ubiquity Temple, hopefully at the same time as Wednesday finishes their quest in the Nine Hells, and Tuesday finishes what they're doing currently with Zastam. Hopefully all of that will line up at the same time as the crossover event that I'm going to be running on the Sunday morning tables, and the individual quests that I'll be running with Sunday G24 and Thursday table. So it's going to require a lot of precision timing. I'm thinking 2 sessions for each group, maybe 3, but we'll certainly cross that when we come to it. The Great Center, though, this is where we finally had our first official encounter with Nihilus. Our objective here initially was just to rescue some people who had been stranded after an airship was lost in this cloud of malevolence. And it quickly got nasty as Nihilus himself showed up at the same time as this group of Nightwalkers. We found the Shrouds of the Ancients and discovered just how frickin' nasty Nihilus can be. He is all kinds of horrible, and especially when he's got a bunch of breath drinkers with him, it is very, very unpleasant. Our next encounter was interrupted once again by Nihilus. We were to deliver the Comfort IG Aurelie to the Demon Dragon, who demanded her be placed into his custody in exchange for the dark matter crystals that he had stolen. Unfortunately, the presence of so many badasses in place at once and just adding to the mix the Comfort and the Demon Dragon, Nihilus was almost assured to show up. So it was just kind of another, crap, this isn't going the way it's supposed to, and we had to run away and get the fuck out of there. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we had a few options. She was the easiest one to get our hands on. And following that encounter, we had a bit more of an amicable exchange after infiltrating the Demon Dragon's lair here, whereupon he agreed to assist you, I believe in exchange for a meeting with IG. Instead of her being turned over into his custody, he wanted to meet with her. Specifically because when he transformed his shape into a humanoid shape, it was another IG. And that brings us pretty much full circle for Tuesday table. They still had one more bit to go there. I'm not going to take us to the map on that because we're going to see a lot more than we should of the maze that we're currently stuck in the middle of. But that is the current objective of Tuesday table. Is Zastam has reached out to them specifically, and he wants to test them inside of his maze. After which he needs to speak with them about something. If they complete the objective to his liking, to his satisfaction. We've barely scratched the surface of that. It's definitely not as big of a maze as we already have seen with Sunday G3. Definitely, yeah, no magic in the maze itself. But it should be a much more achievable goal. And, well, shoot. I think that brings us full circle to our newest table, the Thursday crew. That's where we will put a bow on this nice little 4.5 hour stream that we got going here. Definitely envisioned it going this far, but didn't think it would. So Thursday, as we talked about initially, they were brought together much in the same fashion as the Sunday G1 group. They were summoned to the exact same guild hall with the same letter. The only thing is they arrived after Sunday G1 crew had already activated the mechanism to send the guild hall to Asilia. And perhaps to make matters worse, oh yeah, we got right into Nihilus right from the get-go, less than an hour in, and we got right into bringing our characters into the TAC-X fold via Lieutenant Orlandor, who was just flying by and saw some people in need of assistance, and this world does not, well, maybe not the world, but this section of the world is definitely in dire straits. And depending on how long Nihilus chooses to stay around, probably not going to last too long. So she came along and saved them, got them out of there real quick. We had a bit of RP here, just with this as our visual backdrop, before they were brought into the TAC-X fold and sent to a world where rumors of some kind of lore about Nihilus could be found. What exactly it was, of course, we'll have to find that out when we get there. But infiltrating this place from the get-go, our characters were assailed by these roachling creatures, basically humanoid cockroaches. Somewhat challenging combat, but they made it through with solid tactics and banding together. This thing here is definitely one of the nastier things I've ever thrown at a level 1 group, and I had a second one of them in here. The difference between the gray ooze and the psychic gray ooze. The psychic gray ooze can attack anybody within 60 feet of it who it can sense. So it doesn't even have to see them. And the fact that they're in these rooms and they're like equidistant on these points of the maps, like there's only a couple of spaces that the characters were able to be in without being attacked, and of course they have no idea what it is that's doing this to them until they finally go in here and find one of them and kill it. They never went up into here to find, or no, they did go up into here, but their perception was not good enough to spot this thing in the room that was so swamp-like. Over here, it stood out like a sore thumb. It was just like a big rock in the middle of the room, and as soon as they opened the door, it started to move. Our combat continued through these sewers that, again, as I was telling you all, I've had these maps in every other table's game page for the last year plus, intending to use them for something. Never really found the right time or place until here. And yeah, Exvarts. Yeah, some interesting new subterranean creatures alongside some giant rats. Some of them had some warlock levels. One of them was a leader, just a couple more hit points, a magical crossbow. And this is where we found the real IG Early. From Carlsbad, New Mexico. She was bitten by a living dead. And at this stage of the outbreak, it is not yet known what a bite means. So as far as she knows, she just has a wound. And it sucks, but this group has been very, I don't want to say the group, but some in the group have been very abrasive and unwelcoming towards her, even going so far as to say, like, why are we bringing her with us? So admitting any kind of weakness definitely did not enter the equation on her part. And unfortunately, we had to narratively resolve this last little bit here. So that we can get on to the next section for Thursday group and have enough time to get that done before endgame. But we did make our way into this section just far enough. Looks like, yeah, we had more oozes and looks like swarms. Yeah. Ooze, swarm, and that's right. This was the big bad of this level, this little random wandering monstrosity. And as we came to know IG a bit more, she did reveal some information about the Chain Devil who had captured her. And that's why she was locked up when the party found her. And that would lead us to the final map right here for this sewer section. It's very wide open except for the Chain Devil hiding in this little alcove right here, just waiting to whoop somebody's ass. We would have had a little bit of that encounter before Nihilus showed up once again. This time directly intent on getting IG for whatever reason. And it's there that we discover a bit of head-scratching magical mystery tour, as Nihilus's interaction with her, his attempt to drain her life, revealed his aversion to undead. And beyond that, it also triggered a magical contingency that Mistress IG had in place for her death. Nihilus had killed her several weeks earlier out of game. We had already revealed that Nihilus had attacked the Ministry capital ship. Zastam and Mistress IG were missing, presumed dead after that attack. But of course, the big bads tend to have ways of saving themselves at least once, maybe more than once. So it was that IG, who's already on this quest to rid the galaxy of her alternates, kind of saw a purpose in one of them, at least just as a last case resort. Until she was able to rid the galaxy of all of them, in case something happens to her, she'll just take over one of these other ones. Doesn't really matter which one. She just kind of was looking at these random essences in her field of magic, and that one. Doesn't know that it's IG who's been bit. But it turns out that this has a cyclical effect in that IG, Mistress IG, is now back. She's in a body that has been infected with the Agent Orange zombie virus from our zombie apocalypse campaign. And she knows that Nihilus wants nothing to do with it. So she sees a chance to get some comeuppance on Nihilus, and is not shy at all about revealing this information to both Ministry and TACX alike. And she has likewise volunteered herself to be the first sacrifice. She knows that she can get his attention. She already has before. She knows that she can hurt him. And as long as she can put up enough of a magical buffer to stymie his senses that she's an undead, and he goes for the Devour Life, then we've got him against the ropes for at least one round in this combat. Doubly so since our community came through and put together that 1 million Beskar Bucks community challenge. Big ups to all of you again on that for putting that all together. Your characters have successfully convinced the major deities of the galaxy to lend their aid to this struggle. They will effectively be present in a nullification respect. They do not have corporeal essences that they lend to these things. They keep their power by staying on their planes. They don't often venture out. So what they're doing is they're going to collectively channel their will towards stripping Nihilus down in an attempt to make him hopefully easier for all of you to defeat. This will be a random effect. He's got a number of abilities that can be affected by this. It could be anything from his ability to sense all intelligent creatures within 300 feet all the way up to his legendary actions themselves, which are plentiful. So it's going to be an interesting end game when we come to it, I think, in July. It might be August, but I'm still thinking July. I'm hoping 2-3 sessions max each for each table before hopefully we can all maybe not all get together at the same time on a Saturday, but I'm thinking Saturdays will be when we'll do the end game rolls. I'll basically call for all of you to make your rolls in order, and depending on when people are able to log in and get their rolls in, that'll determine the next sequence of events. It's going to be a big combat, but it's not the 50 plus people that I was anticipating it to be, so I'm going to lean away from the original role-playing unlimited tabletop system of let's just throw all actions in the hopper and resolve them all at once, and stick to the more tried and true, because that's going to allow us to have our reactions, our bonus actions, keep everything mechanically as we've grown used to. It's going to be a slog, and again, time-wise, things may not line up as well as they should, but this, as of yet, is the best solution that I have been able to come up with. And I think that's it. I am pretty talked out here. Definitely was not expecting this to go 4 hours plus. But recapping the events of 8 tables over a year and a half time, definitely gonna take a minute to go through, and especially putting them all together in hopefully a cohesive format that you guys are able to follow how one table's story leads to the next and how they're all connected. Definitely, definitely. Yeah, for people who did not jump in onto this one, I'll definitely let everybody know that this recap exists. And hopefully, with this combined with the general recap of our month's events, as far as what's been happening in the Discord, hopefully that will be enough to get everybody up to pace. And for my part, I'm going to do a better job at being more attentive to each player and making sure that everybody is up to speed on things. Not necessarily just be like, it's your responsibility to read the tag, but inquire with them as to whether they did. It's not necessarily anything wrong as to whether they did. If they didn't, it's just maybe they weren't active that day and 3 things have already happened since then and it didn't occur to them to scroll up. So I'm gonna do my part to be a little more olive branch in that respect as well. So fun times ahead, friends. Thank you all so much, and we will catch you next time around. Y'all know how it goes here at the end, and it's never truer than it is right now. And I do mean this, especially y'all know. Y'all know. There's no RU without you. Have a good day, all.
Though we tried to make it work, it was not very likely. In the moment the sun came up, we sailed away to find another bay. We had to get away, so we just escaped. On a hill on the countryside, we were settling down, and we lived there for years until